I lay me down to sleep. I pray the Most High my soul to keep. If I should die before I wait, I pray you shine your Christ while my soul intake. Like dough and cake, I'm rolling straight. Then I see the evil took the red road and snake. The Lord is great, you're so fake. Tell me why you wanna take me from my soul and fake. I know my face like a mustard seed. I can move a mountain, throw it up in the sea. And because I believe in Christ, I don't need your advice. Your riches are nothing to me. I was up in the streets, once in the heat, up in my seats, laid up with a freak, hitting licks, trying to eat, survive. Next thing the po-po's cuffing the G. Enough with it, please. Even when I'm trying to fancy, tempt me with something to eat. I want nothing but peace. You buzz like a bee, use a dirty dog like a mutt with a flea. I'm hustling cheese, got me in the middle with a green, just like a cucumber seed. What you done to me, misled me, put him in a abyss to see it fall under the sea. I'm running with Jesus, aka Yeshua, the Most High name. How you put the devil in the fire, burn like rubber on the tire. Retire, time expires, cause America's a lie. All religions and the class, my highness is the highest. I'll be faking in your line, just repent for you be frying for no more. Could it be so spark in the heat? Satan following me, but Babylon I gotta flee because
I'm trying to live my life right. Lucifer won't let me be. Won't let me be. Every time I look over my shoulders, he be checking on me. Checking on me. Temptation is persuading, simple lust and desires round me. Gotta keep the hate away. Disrespect my soul and say the Lord don't care nothing about me.
Hashem, give me a sign, some inspiration, give me some insight. My mind need a lot of motivation. Babylon gave me hopes and dreams, false aspirations. Now I'm running to you for my salvation. My whole life was a lie, and now it's killing me. Lucifer sticking me, and I'm stuck in my iniquity. Been a sorcerer for years, warlock selling many potions. Now I'm hoping to be free before the nuclear explosion. Everything to me that was good has little or no value. I testify about my life, not cause I'm really proud to, but because I did it and others lie about it. And I'm just introducing metamorphosis, not just mouthing. I never fully met the standards of the beast image. I think I walked it a quarter mile, but turned back around, and that's to rescue my soul and all my childs. Look to Christ in the Most High, rise with the 144,000 in the sky.
I'm trying to live my life right. Lucifer won't let me be. Won't let me be. Every time I look over my shoulders, he be checking on me. Checking on me. Temptation is persuading, simple lust and desires round me. Gotta keep the hate away. Disrespect my soul and say the Lord don't care nothing about me.
Don't love, I was brought in persuasion, touching, taking sensation, craving more than a pregnant lady, getting high, paranoia had me going crazy, and I'm like, what are you looking at me like that for? Say like, first name got that. No, I never played the gangster card, cause I was on my guard, cause there was always one out there to take your card, and it's young, that's right. When you trying to live right and stay humble, thinking everything is good at that moment, and then you fumble with some demons, what you done for, when you don't know how tired I am in this mess, getting vexed with all of this stress, but I gotta hold it down and make incredible moves, look for the better and choose to be blessed. Sometimes I fall, but I bounce right back on the track. The past behind when that old man try to creep up, gotta lay him flat. All this time I've been on my grind, trying to find peace with the Most High. Tell me why you wanna come back now? No, I ain't sleeping not this time. Look here, baby, rewind yourself before you mess around and hurt yourself. I ain't thought of nothing worse than that. What's worse when you trying to hold me back? Get back home, boy. Ain't nobody got time for that. I'm done with all that playing. You gon' move up out my lane. I'm gon' call up on that name that give me strength. Cop back and aim. You better get gone.
I'm trying to live my life right. Lucifer won't let me be. Won't let me be. Every time I look over my shoulders, he be checking on me. Checking on me. Temptation is persuading, simple lust and desires round me. Gotta keep the hate away. Disrespect my soul and say the Lord don't care nothing about me.
All right. Shalom, everybody. Please let me know if you can hear me clearly. If you can hear me clearly, go ahead and just say Khan. go ahead and say con. If you can hear me clearly, go ahead and say con. If you can hear me, say con. Sorry about the tardiness, because I had to restart the program. It was some sound issues, so I had to eat me a little chocolate on that. You already know what type of chocolate I'm eating. Concierge chocolate, Mr. Richard Evans. You understand. www.conciergechocolate.com. The only reason I'm promoting this because this thing is fire, and it's in the body. You understand? And so I try to promote those who, are dealing with G.O.C.C network. You understand? So supporting the cause. So anyway, but I really needed that. Beautiful day, beautiful lesson before you. The devil don't like. It was something so simple. I'm like, okay, never have this problem. What could it be? I'm looking at the mic and what's going on here, and I'm checking the settings, and I'm like, everything seems to be correct. So I had to restart the program, and what I didn't want to do was restart the whole computer, which would move all of my tabs around, which you can open them back up, but I didn't really want to have to go through that. So anyway, we are here before you. I am Elder Rawchaa, your humble servant, pastor, shepherd, and leader of Houston G.O.C.C. Okay, and tonight we will be going over something that is a very important topic. My lessons here are a call to action, a call to faith and works. So I'm always going to provoke each other unto good works, provoke people unto good works, as the scriptures tell us to do. That's my talent, motivating, encouraging, exhortation. Okay. Not just saying I do it, but changing lives all over the world since I've touched down in this truth. Speaking of that, hopefully you all like that. Hopefully you all like the song they just played, or you think it's trash. It doesn't matter to me, but hopefully, because see, I can take constructive criticism. If it's trash, let me know. Hopefully I can. It's hard to please Israel, but nah, man. All jokes aside. I know my songs are not trash, but if it was, I just got to hit the drawing board again. But anyway, so it's nothing. It's hard to hurt my feelings. You know what I mean? So anyway, outside of that, man, that song right there was, wow. I made that song about late 2007 or early 2008. I got baptized in 2009. So, that song has been, wow. 2 versions of it. We had one with a brother named Damian back in the days. He killed it. He murdered it. He murdered it, man. But I personally, and Shalom, not my brother, but I personally wanted to put my brother on there because Damian was, doing some other things. And I had to get my brother on there. Got my version with my brother on there. And man, did he murder it. I had my boy from when I was running the streets on there, my boy Cartel. Shout out to Cartel if you ever listen to our lessons. Yeah, that's it's gonna be my brother for life, man. Hopefully he joins his truth. He had bought all the books and everything, and I was like, I thought that he was going to be right along with me, but sometimes that's how it happens. But that was him in the middle verse. And a funny story. Let me give you a funny story about this brother. When I first met him and I drove to the hood back when I was in the streets, it was crazy because we were young. I think I was only like 20 years old, 21. And when I drove up, he was chasing a crackhead with a 4x4. I said, Lord have mercy. Hate to put it out there, but I'm just saying the children of Israel, man, our lives are crazy. And then you got doctors pulling up. I'm like, whoa, doctors pulling up for the bad. I'm like, Lord, I knew it. I'm like, boy. So I always tried to help my young brother, man. But he was on that song, nevertheless. And we pray for our friends that we used to have once in the world. But boy, my life is, I'm going to write a book one day because a lot of people tell their stories and they're fabricated. But I might have to write a book with proof of mine because my life is interesting. We're gonna have some of my testimonies. You'd be like, how did that happen, Elder? Like, just crazy. But anyway, man, we got a beautiful lesson today, man. I promise we do. It's a lot of stuff going on in the world. First, I'm gonna say shalom to everyone. Yeah. That song was, if any of you were here in 2008, 2009, Elder Rawchaa will play the 12 Tribes of Israel. That's a beautiful song. I was going to play that one tonight. And I said, man, I forgot about this song, right? So I played Lucifer Be Gone, and it brought back memories. And Elder had what was it? We were on Ustream. I mean, that was an old blog talk, yeah. He would play only those two songs for years, right? And I praise the Most High, man. Because I guess I was like, I wasn't the first truth artist. They had Brother Damian. He was the one, believe it or not, his video woke me up. The rap video, he had a rap video about Christmas. Sometimes, man, in this truth, a lot of us went through where our friend would get us in and then they won't be there anymore. Well, he wasn't my friend. I didn't know him, but he was doing the work in the early church. And I seen that video, and I was a hard, austere kind of man. And Justin TV, Elder Dale, Shalom. Make sure you guys hit that like button, by the way. I'm just giving a brief history before we go in. But yeah, man, I was an austere man, young man, just really searching for truth out there. And that video never left my mind to watch it. Literally, I'm a type of person, I can store something in my mind as a man, and I'll get to it when I get to it. And that was one of those things that I got to it like a year and a half later. And the person who told me to watch it, he's not in the truth no more. It's like, wow. So that person told me to watch that video. He's not in the truth no more. And then I watched this person's video. You know, he's not necessarily without church. I don't know what he's doing. May the Most High bless him. But it's funny how things may work out sometime. But it's all love at the end of the day. Man, we have choices in life to go our own separate ways, and hopefully we end up, but we all know at the end of the day is one door. The door, have you guys ever thought about it like this? Imagine the door like this. We know there's fire on one side, on the left, and there's water on one side. Where you can drown over here, you can burn over here. And the door is so narrow. Imagine this. I want you guys to think of it like this, guys. Okay? Think of it like this. You're walking through a long hallway to the kingdom, right? But everyone has different sizes, obviously, but it's not enough to where you could turn around and go back. That's how your mindset has to be. Regardless if it's children behind you, if you tried to turn around, you would hurt somebody. You would have to hurt many people to go back and to go all the way back to the end. You know why? Because there's millions of people behind you. So imagine you're in a line walking, and you only got this much room to where it's like you can barely turn around. You would have to get so many people to turn around for you to get back there. It's almost impossible. So I want you guys to think about your walk like that. Don't think about turning back. You see what I'm saying? And believe it or not, if you tried to, you would realize if it's a child behind you, you would trample the child. Or people, you would have, if there's a person that's a little bit bigger than you size-wise, it will be so hard, nearly impossible for you to do so. So I want you to look at life that way when you're in this walk, when you think about turning back. Like, listen, if you really look at it like that, you'll see how scary it is if you were in between a concrete wall. No different than people trying to crawl through caves. How can you turn around? You better hope you find another exit on the other side and you see light on the other side of that tunnel. So that is what we're talking about here. We have to stay focused and not worry about any negativity, understanding that we need to make it to Passover to Passover, and hope and pray that we make it into the wilderness. This is serious, guys. I want you to really think about that one day. If I had the concrete wall where my shoulders are rubbing and I can only go forward, why am I even thinking in my mind that I can go right or I can go left? Because if I go right, there's water I can drown in, right? The flood that the devil brought. If I go to the left, I can go in fire. That's promised to all men who don't follow, right? Anyway, Happy to be here today. Yeah, happy to be here today, man. Looking forward to Passover. Looking forward to whatever the Most High may have for us all. So let's go ahead and talk about what we're going to be going to today. Okay. I want to put out there first, for those of you who may be new, you always see me start my show. The rest of you, make sure you hit the like button with the Hebrew Academy, because that's something that helps us to educate our people who are coming to this truth. It helps to build a strong, positive nation to finish. Not just you come in here and you think you're a Hebrew and you learn a few customs. No, we have like an actual school that can actually help you obtain more knowledge. You understand? And when you go out there to war with that sword, you will be on point with your sword. You will know how to run your household. You will know how to, you understand? You don't learn a Hebrew Academy to debate. You understand? So just understand that, right? So anyway, guys, check that Hebrew Academy out. Check Elder Rawchaa show that comes out on Wednesdays. Check, you understand, the brother G.O.C.C show, Bishop G.O.C.C show on Thursdays, one moment. And check Elder Rawchaa show on Fridays. And also we have our Patreon, to our loyal Patreon members that come on Friday. If you want to join our Patreon, make sure you tune into and subscribe to our other page, A Gathering 144, so you can understand and learn how to get to our Patreon, where it's certain things that we cannot reveal or say on here. Okay. And then, of course, Sunday, the Hebrew and Bible Academy. Alrighty. Anyway, so let's go ahead and get this thing started, man. I'm going to help you guys out tonight. You guys ready? Y'all ready for help? If y'all ready for help, go ahead and say con. I'm going to help you young brothers. I'm going to help you older brothers and sisters. Listen, and because we have been through a lot. So we're in a time where it's a lot of things going on, where we have to stop complaining and waiting on the 40 acres and a mule. No, take back your life. Take back what you have control over, what you have power over, that the Most High has given you. We cannot complain about what they're doing. We already know what they're doing, why they're doing it, and to a certain degree how they're doing it, but not everything. But can we worry about every little thing that they're doing and how they're doing it? No. We have to get our households in order, as Ezra said. We have to do that, and then when we come to the body, work with the body, and just self-examine. If you don't have a household, self-examine if it's just you singly. And guess what? That's building the kingdom of heaven. You understand? And we're gonna show you blow by blow, right? Point by point, right? Bullet point by bullet point, how you understand you can help yourself take back what you have control over. They're doing this, they're doing that. Cool. They're going to continue to do that. But what can we do? Right? So this is not a beat you over the head lesson. This is just wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. And sometimes what I'm going to do is I'm going to take you all through the book of Sirach. Right? And we're going to go through some of these scriptures sometimes. And I'm going to break it down blow by blow for you, because some people are putting their own assumption on it. But I'm going to break it down for you in a practical manner, modern day, to teach you how to have a better life. I used to study this book every single day, all day, over and over and over. And boy, will it change one's life. It's no different than sitting down in front of an elder with gray hair. Now, I am a young elder with gray hair. This is just genetics. Some people say, that's all that wisdom, but whatever. But I'm just saying, it's like sitting with an aged man of wisdom, like our Elder Rawchaa, right? So let's go ahead and talk about first a few things that we are going to be talking about today, right? Make sure I got this thing together here. Take back your life. First, I want to show, make sure my tabs are in order. I want to show you guys something that happened, boy. Man, there's so much going on right now. Let me see. There we go. We want to show this really quick. Did you guys see the earthquake in Turkey? Did you guys see the earthquake in Turkey? Let me see. Can I pull myself up somewhere on here? There we go. There's that gentleman there. So Did you guys see the earthquake in Turkey? It says here 7,000. This is just for educational purposes only. It says that, and it's fair use. This is 7,200 and hundreds of thousands seek shelter. Okay, so I'm just looking at a few articles here. I'm probably not going to go into the whole thing because we have other things to talk about. Just go into a few news really quick. 7,700 dead in quake battered Turkey. So we don't know how accurate all of the numbers are. This is alleged, but yet and still, this is a lot of people who have passed. Right. And believe it or not, there's a scripture. I wish I remembered the scripture right now, but it's so much going on in my head to stay focused about how the Most High takes out the nations who serve these other gods on the regular. Meaning he allows the devil to deal with them because they don't worship him. They worship the devil. Am I saying all of these people here worship the devil? No. I have a heart towards people and a mind towards people who pass. But of course, this is something that it's out of my control. But let us keep in mind that when our people are dying and passing away and went through our captivities and things, people never care about us. So I'm pretty much balanced with, I used to see death like every week when I was living overseas. And I'm not going to say I became numb to it, but I understand that we all have one life, and it's what we do with it. If some people choose to follow the devil, they choose to follow the devil. If some people choose to live their freedom, we just hope that we've done enough to make sure that we're right when we meet our maker. But this is just unfortunate. But we understand that Christ told us, Matthew 24, earthquakes in diverse places. Why did Christ have to say such a thing if earthquakes would be so normal? Well, earthquakes are not normal in certain places. If you can look up the historical, you understand occasions of earthquakes in places like Iran and places like some of these abnormal places that's always having earthquakes all of a sudden. How frequent they are having them, how convenient they are to so-called be the enemies of, America, right? So some of these nations have went against us in the past, and it's a little bit of everything, like they said in Baruch. Don't forget that. Okay, so that some of these things will happen in their own times. It's going to be things happening all over the place, right? Like a woman in travail, right? So it's going to be just events happening all over the place. But what did Christ tell us? That these things must come to pass, but the end is not yet. So don't get spooked when you see these things. Okay, let's go to because boy, do they have a weather modification weapon? I don't know. Do you know? Some say it's something called HAARP. I don't know. Right? Look it up. You should look it up. There's some other news out there I want to go into really quick. Okay. Before we go ahead and go into our lesson. Let me see, was there some other news I wanted to go into? Oh, that's what it was. Oh, yeah. I have to go into this, guys. Let me show you the evil that's going on in this earth right now. Some more evil, guys. Let's see, can I pull this up here? Nope, that's not it. That's not it. One moment. Is this it? Yep, this is it here. Here we go. Let me show you how out in the open these people are now. Check this out. Educational purposes only.
How can people see this and continue to say it's just entertainment?
Look at what's going on at the Grammys. The devil himself.
Whether you want to believe in something other than yourself or not, gotta ask why all the elites seem to like one particular side. Question everything, friends, especially this. Not surprised no one wants to tune into this sickness anymore. How
Right?
can people see this and continue to say it's just entertainment?
So let me tell you guys, I don't watch the Grammys at all. I could care less about what what these people are doing. It's already no. I really personally, I don't want to. They're like, oh, you're boring. No, I just don't watch sports. I used to play football. I used to play basketball. Right? I'm a great basketball player. They'll tell you, but I mean, I know some things that's going on as far as things being rigged, scripts being written. You guys don't understand that part, do you? So if it buys your time, it's all good. But understand, they know who's going to win the Super Bowl ahead of time. I'll just say that. And I'm not saying that every sport is like that. Some fighting sports are real. But there's some particular ones that they may say, hey, no, we need this team to win. And if you don't let them win, you don't get a paycheck. It's just how it goes. So me realizing that in my mind, it's like I can't make it something fake real in my mind. It's just for me personally, I just can't do it. I used to love watching sports. Sometimes I'll even sit down and watch the Super Bowl. But if I'm with my family, and I'm like, oh, okay. But it don't hype me up like that, like where I'm hitting you up on Facebook. Oh my goodness, this team won, that team won. I can care less. I literally, it's not even in my conversation. So anyway, let's stay on topic. The Grammys, the evil that's going on in the world. These people, guys, they are they are not happy. They have to go to these things to still seem as if they're relevant. I feel sorry for you who try to make money in music. I'm gonna tell you right now. Come to the Most High and just deal with it here, because you have to really beg to try to stay relevant. I know famous people who are on TV and they have to do so much to stay relevant. You know what I mean? Even though that's a part of anything you do, but you're making a covenant with the devil. And let's be honest, most artists don't make money. People who are actors, unless you're on a big scene, you're not really making a lot of money. You're on TV and people are like, oh, that's you, I know you. And these you wish people know that you'll be happy just with that. You feel, oh, that's such and such, but at the end of the day, you're broke. Or you're not looking like what you look on TV. See? Waste of time. But let's go into our our topic today. We're gonna go, take back your life, guys. No more complaining about what you can't control. What can you control? Use your faith and your works to do such. Let's go into this first scripture, Jeremiah 17:4, if you guys don't mind. Jeremiah 17:4. And we're going to try to move through this. Boy, is the Holy Spirit going to help you with some wisdom tonight. Okay, I'm going in the water. The Holy Spirit is working with all of the elders to bring, and the deacons to bring forth what we need to help our people. Okay, so press the like button so that others can see. You guys have been supporting a lot, but I need to make sure that you guys subscribe to this channel. All right, as well, so we can get the subscribers up. Just like A Gathering 144, Elder would like to get this page up. Support it. This is the work. Okay, we need as much people in the war as possible. The harvest is plenteous, but the laborers seem to be few. Okay, Jeremiah 17:4 says, and thou, even thyself, shall discontinue from thine heritage, that I gave thee. Say it again. That I gave thee. And I will cause thee. He said, I will cause thee to serve thine enemies. That means your enemies in the land which thou knowest not. So we didn't know this land that we live in today. Obviously, right? For ye have kindled. Move this all hair out the way. So you have kindled a fire in mine anger, which shall burn forever. So guys, this is what I want to tell you guys. We understand that we've been through the curses. Revelations 2:9 and 3:9, talks about, I know thy poverty, I know thy tribulation. They know what we've been through. So this is why we have to go and street preach. We have to do lessons to educate our people. We have to have shepherds to continue to guide our people so that we can actually build the kingdom. It takes time, right? So this is a call to action. But we have to see what happened to us. We went through the curses in a land that's not ours. So obviously we would be in this position to have to even talk about this. If we were already Israelites, we would know everything. We would have our community together. So sometimes when we come into the truth, we think we have arrived or all have it together. We don't. We're building the kingdom like Christ said, right? Starting in our own households. Let's go to Hosea 4 and 6. This is very important for us to understand. Our history. So we can learn what happened to us before. How shall we move forward as a people? So for those of you who are new, fairly new, take some notes and follow along. This may help you tonight. This may help you to understand what has happened to our people. And if you're a Gentile, you can still follow along, because you can also receive everlasting life if you follow Christ and his people. You cannot just accept Jesus Christ without accepting his chosen people that he is going to put as a government to govern the kingdom of heaven. Hosea 4 and 6 says, my people. It's not talking about all people. He's talking about a chosen people, the children of Israel who are in the ghettos worldwide. My people are destroyed for a lack of knowledge. Because thou hast rejected knowledge, because you have rejected knowledge that I have given you, the law from Moses, and Christ was always in that law, believe it or not. I will also reject you or thee, that thou shalt be no priest to me, meaning you shall not be my government anymore, seeing that thou hast forgotten the law of the Most High. So knowledge puffs up. So when you got the knowledge, you started just to think that you can just walk around spoiled. We don't want to be spoiled, or he will allow us to be spoiled by our enemies. Okay? I will also forget thy children. That is a big one, because our children, he's not just talking about the children in that time. He was talking about the children upon generations to generations to generations. Here we are today, living exactly what Hosea 4 and 6 prophesied in the scriptures. Just to prove to you how real the Bible is. No one else is living in our conditions. Some of you Christians, with all due respect, we are not Hamites. We understand that the Hamites are also living a curse, but we are not living that curse. That's two separate situations. Okay? Two separate situations. We never put sticks in our lips and, you understand, in our cheeks. These are Canaanite ways that Negroes don't do. You never see Canaanites or Hamites necessarily, and you might see some of them as models, but you never really see them in the rap videos and all the things that black people do. You don't. It's a big difference between a so-called Negro and a Hamite, and there's no disrespect to them, but we have to separate the two to understand the truth. We're not hunting lions with sticks. Christian pastors, my black brothers, no, that's not us. And you white pastors out there, no disrespect to you, but you have to start to tell the truth. That's not us. Behind the scenes, you're trying to learn how we dance, how we cook, our style. You're trying to learn everything we do while you're telling everybody we're Hamites. No. That's no disrespect to anyone, but we've traveled the world for the Hamites to tell us that we are sons of Jacob, for the Hamites to call us the N-word many times a day. So the old world will tell you the truth from their own records, including our Bible, including just history in general. So for whatever reason on this side of the world, we're still stuck under a rock somewhere. We need to face the facts and understand that you guys can no longer teach our people these lies. We're here as it's prophesied to teach our people who we really are. And we're going to show you who we really are in this next scripture, Deuteronomy 7 and 6. We're the Israelites. Why we like to be flashy? We like to be flashy because we come from kings. The Hamites don't like to be flashy. And obviously, some of them do. Like some parts, like the Egyptians, you understand, to a certain degree. But not like the people living in certain parts of Kenya. What's the other country? Somalia. Parts of these Sudan. Not that they wouldn't want. They have kings, but it's like they living in dust. They live in dust happily, just fine. Jacob really does not like to roll like that. You can go over to West Africa And you have some poverty, of course, because it's the curses, but you'll see a whole kingdom of Judah living with gold and silver and treasures. And even though they don't have it all together, it's pretty obvious everywhere you go how we like to live. Clean. You understand? We don't have the laws of the Most High, all of us, but you can definitely tell a big difference between us. That's all I'm trying to say. Okay? So let's go to Deuteronomy 7:6. And that's, once again, no disrespecting the rest of the nations at all. It's just the truth. The truth shall set us all free, as Christ said. Deuteronomy 7:6. For thou art an holy people unto the Lord thy God, and the Lord thy power had chosen thee to be a special people unto himself. Which would explain what I just said. He would set a people apart that would be like, how is this young kid able to do this talent? You know how many different talents some of our kids are just born with naturally? Where some people would have to go to college or study, and you're like, how did this kid learn this? I have a daughter right now who I was cutting some chicken wire the other day with some shears. I turn around and she's only one. She's pretty much talking almost. You know what I mean? And walking around. Look like she's too small to be walking around. And I turned around and she had the shears trying to do exactly what I was doing. And this is what she's doing all day, mimicking exactly what I'm doing. It's like our children, it says Jacob is the former of all things. Okay, not that another nation cannot have certain talents, but you can pretty much tell who's separate and who in empires these people choose. Okay, the way we cook, the way how beautiful our people are. They know like these people are blessed. These are the same people you see protesting on the streets because they cannot receive justice, because they have not received their reparations to repair them in their kingdom, right? They are still staying in the ghettos. They're still going through these things. So, but this is the thing, guys. As I'm speaking this, our people, it's like we're just wandering in the wilderness. Because we've been through these curses, once again, I've learned in life that each person, especially who's coming from a broken home and not like an actual home with actual stability, having a father and a mother to guide them, they are wandering in their minds 40 years in the wilderness again. Each person. You don't grow up in a house with your own father. You don't grow up in a house with your mother, or you went through molestation. You went through all different sorts of things and the curses, poverty. You're wandering 40 years in the wilderness asking, why are we going through this? This is what got us all into the truth. It's like we have to go on some journey, which the scriptures tells us, seek out thy own soul and salvation with fear and trembling. And we bump our heads a little bit, but if it's really truly in us to want to serve the Lord power, our God, and please forgive me for saying Lord for the people who want to play wordplay. It just simply means master. I'm not talking about Baal. Okay. So, basically we go wandering 40 years in the wilderness. Our parents who have some knowledge may tell us, hey, don't do this because I did that. And we still don't listen because we didn't see the example of what is so called in the Bible of the image of the Most High, of male and female. And so we pretty much get the generational curse. I know that my mother did the best she could, and she did a wonderful job, and my stepfathers. But in my mind, I was like, hey, I had something in me because I didn't have my own father. It's just the reality of it. And I told my mother moved in a new house, and a beautiful house that she still has to this day. And she had a room for me. And I said, no, I have to go out. And I was 19. And I said, I have to go and be my own man. I needed to go on a journey. I had entered college, but then I had started my record label. And something told me, something pushed me to go and do this. I'm like, I have to go and be my own man. I have to find myself. I have to find who I am. I could have known myself if my father was there. I would have been able to look at that image. Like Christ said, if you see me, you've seen the Father. I would have been able to look at that image, everything he does, like how my son does today, of me being in his life. He watches me. He learns from me. He studies me. when you don't have a man to study, you can study another man that's not you, does not mean you cannot turn out to a good man. But you will still wonder, what would it be like to have my own real father? You'll still wonder that. I don't care what you say, how good your life is with a stepdad or stepmom. You would still wonder that to a certain degree sometimes. Especially what I'm saying without the truth. The truth can fix a lot of these things, but I'm talking about us in captivity in general. Us having the truth, we can fix a lot of problems now, right? The Bible fixes these problems, but these are the things that our people are going through, where we tell them something, and the scripture says, hey, train up a child in a way that he or she will go. Eventually, they'll come back to it, right? They won't depart from it. They may stray away a little bit, and then we come back, but our people just continue to wonder, what type of, woman should I get? You're learning from the friends you're around who also have broken homes, who have also been through the curses, and you continue to wonder and wonder and wonder. But guess what? You come to find out after getting your tail beat through your conscience, thinking like, oh, I was wrong for that. Now I got to sit in jail for this. Now I got to go through the punishment for this. You're like, why do I keep going through this punishments? I mean well, but I don't know how to do well. Our people suffer from a lack of knowledge. And we finally realize some of us, when it's too late, when we get too old, there's only one door. There was always only one door. There was only one way, no different than our people coming out of Egypt. The Most High let them try to get it right by wandering 40 years in the wilderness. And they seem to not still be able to get it right. They seem to still go back into their old ways. And only the few, once again, just like those who came on the ark, only the few, just like those who made it in Sodom, only the few always makes it out. Just like today, only the few of the 10% and then the 10% and the 1/3 from that will figure it out. We can prophesy through what the prophets have written for us. We can speak what Christ has prophesied. We can share lessons, but only the few that have ears will hear. This is just the reality that all Israel will never be all Israel. It's obvious like that now. It's only us and the truth. All Israel is not Israel. And some people who will be in Israel will play along and will try their best, some of them, but it's a fight every day and it's a battle. Don't wander too long in that wilderness. Come back to that one way in that door that you will not be able to turn behind. Some of us have already set our minds that we would not look back and turn back. Will you? Will you keep making excuses? Will you take power over what you can? Or will you be like that evil servant who said, I just hid it here because life was too hard. I just did this because I was afraid. Listen, there's no fear in love. The Most High said the fearful cannot enter into the kingdom of heaven. You see? So let's go to Sirach 8:5. Since we talked about what our people have been through and how we have came back to the truth and how we should not sit around, right, with the truth as just an umbrella. Sometimes we have to let that go through the rain. Sometimes we have to go through the heat and not stay under the shady tree or the umbrella the whole time. Sometimes we have to go through the heat and the rain and the storm. Okay? It's just the reality of it. We all know that even if you try to hold on just to the umbrella and you're doing so good in your life that you will still get battle tested. Because there's a heat that can melt certain umbrellas. There's a heat. There's a storm that can blow away the umbrella right out of your hand when you're looking up like, what happened to my umbrella? This is a thing what we call life. Don't wander in the wilderness too long. Come back to that one door that you know that you have to go through. And when you're in that pathway and there's people behind you, they're waiting on you to continue to walk. The world is waiting on Judah to move. If you don't walk, the rest of the people cannot follow behind you, Judah, on that path. If you just stand there, people are going to be angry. People are going to start yelling. People are going to start fighting. They're going to get hot. They're going to get frustrated. They're going to get hurt. Okay, let's let the Holy Spirit work tonight. Sirach, chapter 8:5. Okay, some of these I'm just going to pick up my Bible because I really want to. Something about picking up that Bible and not just always reading off of the computer. For me, So Sirach 8 and 5, because since we all understood what we're going through, I'm not here to pick on you guys tonight. I'm not here to pick on any of us. We've all been through this. Sirach 8 and 5 talks about not kicking a man while he's trying to do right, you understand? While he's on his transition. A lot of us come into the truth when we start to judge people. Let's not do that. I'm not going to come on here and judge you. I'm going to come on here and give you guidance from the Holy Spirit. We lead by example, exactly. Okay? So, let's go to Sirach 8 and 5. I'm going to be reading from the King James Bible with the Apocrypha, 1611. Give me one moment here. Sirach chapter 8 and 5. I'm going to try to look at you guys while I read as well. I just wanted to pick this up also because I have some beautiful notes in here. You know, I've had a few apocryphas in my life, and I get that new one. I had to go through and highlight with those notes again. Y'all know how that is, huh? You good studiers out there. Chapter 8 and 5, okay. Reproach not a man that turneth from sin, but remember that we are all worthy of punishment. Okay? So let us not ever get in the way of a man or woman transition. Let us not ever see a lot of us come in here, and instead of us trying to transition the people, we get in the way of that. We get in the way of that. We don't want to get in the way of that. I'm not going to get in the way of you guys transitioning as well. It's so many levels that you guys are on. Some people in here for 2 years, 1 year, 6 months, 4 years, 10 years. But we still all have transitions we learn throughout the years to get better. So I'm not coming on here to condescend, right? I'm coming on here to show you guys that we've all been through it. We've all been through it, right? So we're going to relate to each other tonight, but we're also going to bring it around where it's like, hey, we can do better. We see where the world is going. Let's bring a call to action as a kingdom, and not just a few individuals. There's plenty of harvest. There's plenty of work out there. There's plenty of benefits to this. But in order for us to cross that bridge, the Most High has already built a bridge. It's an invisible bridge. Because you've never built your bridge, you've never seen that there was a bridge there because you didn't have the faith there. He's waiting on you to build your bridge, and then his bridge will show up. Just like the Ark of the Covenant that's sitting there where the nations can't hide is there. But once we take the steps to make it to that point, then we'll see it. Everything in life is like that. The blessings and the doors are there for you, but the door will not open until you step up to grab the knob. And if the knob don't open, knock on the door and see if someone would open. If someone want to open it, bust the door down on life. Okay, bust it down. Because everything is not going to be easy. As we know, some doors are not that easy to open. Some you got to jimmy and open them up. Okay, so let's go to Romans 12 and 16. Romans 12 and 16. Let us not look down on one another. We all been through the curses, but it's time to start worrying about what we've been through. Where are we going now? Are we going to go on that path, that one-way path? Okay, are we going to be better orators? Are we going to be better speakers when we go into these public places that people look at us like kings and queens because we're a holy people? Are we going to dress better? Right? Sometimes you dress tribal. Sometimes you have to dress like this. Sometimes it's time to put on your work clothes to get out there and be a homesteader or a farmer or whatever the case may be. It's a time for everything. But let us do everything in decency and order. Romans 12 and 16. Okay? I'm not worried about no negativity. So we just read that scripture, right? In Sirach 8 and 5. If you're worrying about negativity and always criticizing someone else, we're going to read that in Ecclesiasticus, telling them what they should be doing. But when you look at your life is stagnant. Guess what? You can't say anything to anybody. You shouldn't be saying anything to anybody anyway. Especially with a mindset of a person trying to turn from sin, you're getting in the way of that. as if you've made it already, right? Romans 12:16, be of the same mind one toward another. Mind not high things, but condescend to men of low estate. Be not wise in your own conceits, understanding that, what did we just read? That was a precept to Sirach 8:5. Don't kick a man down while he's trying to do right, while he's transitioning. We're not going to make excuses for people, obviously, but if there's some people who, I'll give you an example. There's a comedian out there named, what's this guy's name? He sounds like Smokey off of Friday. He sounds like Chris Tucker off of Friday. What's this young guy's name? I forget his name. He's from Atlanta. DC Young Fly, right? Shout out to DC Young Fly if you ever watch our shows. He knows he's a Hebrew. I think sometimes he's still smoking. Sometimes he may say some bad language. I seen him the other day opening up a lobster. But I also seen something different in him. He's traveling. He really didn't get a lot of time to do a lot of things. He was just making money, trying to get his little stuff together. But he's still learning. So I seen him eat a lobster. And I'm like, hey, isn't it? And the first thought in my mind, isn't this guy Hebrew? He don't know. But what you cannot forget is that, hey, just because someone knows who they are, okay, that does not mean they know the whole story, the whole history about everything. Knowing is half of the battle. So our people suffer from a lack of knowledge, yes, but this man is in his transition. He's in a power position to do certain things. So it's not my job to judge him. Let me see his end before I say anything. I should be focusing on my end with my family. And if I'm doing my work and he's busy doing his work, I'll be able to see if he made it there. He'll be able to see if I made it there. Work in progress. We are judging too many people, not even knowing these people, that have not even had a conversation to them. Why did you take this route? How did you take that route? Man, well, I've been through this and been through that. Wow, I would have never thought that about you. Yeah. So be of the same mind towards one another. Means stay focused on Christ. Understanding that you and I will go through our own war, not to judge one another. Now, as a shepherd, it's my job to make sure that my congregation and my flock is obviously not sinning. But I'm not going to judge this person and this person with the same situation, exactly. According to the scriptures, there's a judgment for certain things. But when I'm saying how I address it may be, this person have been through these different trials. This person has these different trials, and this is why they took these steps. It's not going to be the exact same thing how this government judges. The Most High has given us grace and mercy, understanding that what we just read, we've been through the curses. It's a time for everything. All things are not profitable for all men, as the scripture says. So get your mind off of judging. Get your mind to work and pick up your plow. It's like you see people over there plowing, but you sitting on your plow watching. Man, look how he doing that plow over there. Well, while you're saying that, you're not working with your plow. You see, he's finished for the day. What happened to you? You didn't finish for the day because you were too busy looking and talking about someone else. Busybodying. Worrying about another person's business. See? So, how can you take control of your own life when you have a plow in your hand that's just sitting there? When these other people are taking control of them. They're getting ready to get a good harvest because they're putting the work in. You know how it is if you're a gardener. If you miss a month or two, depending on if your weather is not year-round like nice weather, you may not get the full harvest of that crop. If you wait 2 months behind in your weather, or you don't have a controlled greenhouse, you may miss the size of that crop. You're like, why did my kale not reach the full size? Because let me tell you, the life the Most High created, the biology the Most High created is so smart. It knows when spring is here. It knows when to just spring forth. Like trees go dormant. Certain things go dormant in wintertime unless they're a winter crop. And then when spring comes, you're like, oh, it's a whole universe down there when it comes to the underground, guys. When it comes to fungus and different things like that. We're gonna talk about a little bit of that today. We're gonna go through levels of how can we take back control of certain things. So let's not be wise because we have turned to be Israelites, judging Christians. Let's let the shepherds who are teachers deal with that. That's their avenue to understand how to orate or speak these things vocally. It's not everybody's job for that. We need to show our works that our shepherd has put in us. If you're a sheep, show how much grass you've been eating. Meaning, in life, translate how the lessons are helping you to better your life. When people see that, the work is being done. Okay, not you going around, y'all eating that, y'all doing this. Some people's whole life have turned to that. No. So what is one thing we can take control of? Let me give an example of certain things that's holes in this truth. These are certain holes. If we had a paper that's full of holes that we need to fill in, or gaps we need to fill in, guess what? We're going to show these things. And if the shoe fits, wear it. We can all get better, including myself. When I preach, I understand that the Holy Spirit is available. And I also need to examine and learn. I didn't know this was going to come out. Elder Rawchaa goes through this all the time. We all learn when the Holy Spirit is present. You see, the difference is I see you guys as potential in this truth. You're growing. I'm not looking at anyone as hoping they're stagnant or stay in the same place. I can talk to a person and know when they're speaking or know when the Holy Spirit is speaking through that person. Because I know we all have a conscience to know what we go through in our own lives, and we'll know, you know what? That was the Holy Spirit that spoke through that stranger or that child or my wife or my husband. That wasn't them right there. So I need to listen to that. I probably need to observe that or think about that or examine that. Not talking about someone judging you or correcting you. That's what Hebrews want to focus on so much, us correcting someone. No. Someone may say, hey, you ever thought about this? Or you probably need to do this or try that. Know when the Holy Spirit is speaking at times. It can be an emergency and someone says something came from what they call outer space. You like, hold up. It's no way somebody else would know that except for me or this person. That's the Holy Spirit talking right there. And you'll know if it's good or evil, of course. No different than when you give to the poor, you have to know which kind of poor to give to. Right? 1,000. Right? 1 million. So, we're going to start off with something. We're going to go through a few things that we can fix and take control over to take back our life. Some basic things that we all can get better at. Why am I saying these things? I'm going to put these things in a perspective as us having gone through the curses and how we can actually build the kingdom, because this is what it takes for someone to take us serious enough. Someone to take you serious enough to be married, when you go to work, when you're dealing with people with, business ventures or whatever the case may be. Someone to take you serious. If you're going among formers, you may want to dress in former attire. If you're going to the bank, you may not want to dress in form attire. You see? Not if you're going to deposit some money. That's not what I'm talking about. If you're going to do a deal, it's a time and place for everything. You may not want to go to the Passover or the Sabbath in form attire unless you just had to work and you just had to go to the Sabbath. You see? If you're trying to get married, you may want to be presentable so a female, a daughter of Zion can, whether you be Jew or Gentile, someone can look at you and see, hey, this person, they may have some potential there. Not just the outward appearance, but that's also involved, and vice versa for the sisters. We're not asking sisters to show any humps or rumps or skin or cleavage. We're saying Sarah was beautiful, not just the inside. They had to look at her to say she was beautiful. So it's a balance. But the spirit will make you more beautiful, of course, than anything. Right? The outside is just the extra compliment, right? How you dress is one of the first things we're going to talk about today. Not complaining about how people treat you, because if you go outside as a woman, okay, I want you to bear with me. If some of you have to watch it later, you go to bed, you're going to watch it later, and you're going to get something out of this today. How you dress. Not complaining about how people treat you, meaning you got women going out there with no clothes on and as if it's normal, it's bed attire. So what does this say? This says this person did not come from a household with morals or godly manners. So she goes out like a dog. No disrespect to my sisters who don't know. I'm giving just an example. I'm trying to bring it down to your level so you can understand. You're going out there with things. When I was little, I used to see women in Daisy Dukes. It was normal. But when it came in the truth, we like, okay, we put away childish things. Women are like, oh, he's looking at me, or he's trying to come and touch me. Because guys, they view that, worldly guys, they view that as you're free. When it's bedtime, people do things at bedtime. Adults do. So if you bring that at lunchtime, in a man, how a man thinks, it's like a lion. If a lion sees the savannah empty, he nothing goes off to necessarily hunt right away when he's going around. Once he sees a buffalo or a gazelle or something that's edible, it now turns on that he needs to go and hunt. Obviously, right? So the same thing for a woman who's a tire, it's like a harlot. If a man is outside, does he have the right? Of course not. But for an unlearned sister with no knowledge or who have not grown up in a certain household, if a man feels like he needs to go and touch it, he may do that. Because he may also be untrained. You understand what I'm saying? So he's viewing that as free. It's a radar going off like, hey, whose fault was that? Both people are in the wrong, but how was that initiated? You see what I'm saying? You guys get where I'm going, right? So that's one thing we can fix about us. How we dress. We're going to go through a video to show some things that fathers who have not been in their son's life may not know. And for honest men of the Most High who's a hardworking, just average old Joe, does not mean he's a bad man. That's one of the greatest men, right? People who get their hands dirty. Women like a man with some rough hands. You don't want your hands to be too soft, brother. You got to be able to change a flat tire at least. See? You got to be able to rub your hand in some dirt and not have a problem with it. It's okay. So we like women where we don't, Elder Rawchaa always tells you this. I'll tell you for me personally, I don't care about French tips all the time. I don't care about lashes at all, actually. I actually prefer not. And this is just opinion out there. You can do what you want to do. All things are lawful, but all things are not expedient. So I'm not going to tell people what to do in their own house. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just throwing things out there for us to think. I like clean feet, clean nails, you know, clean body, clean teeth, and making sure I don't need weave. I don't need wigs. Now, some people who may have to have that through different things that we have went through in the curses, they may need that to make them feel pretty. So who am I to come and tell them, hey, now we understand that there's certain things that people are doing with weave, and some women have, some hair cannot grow back for them. They may have gotten burned on their face or leprosy. So they feel like, hey, this is what I need to keep me pretty. My husband loves it this way. That's that man in his household. Everyone does not have that situation though. So all things are not profitable for all men. I'm going to remind you of that. We're talking about the majority. Men like women how the Most High already made them. Does not mean you can't go and put on a little bit and do a little bit. That's not what I'm saying. But we're saying we're fine as long as you keep yourself definitely, working on exercise. Some of us didn't get our woman that way. Some of us, we got them in shape and then they got pregnant and then some, you know what I mean? We were not trained. Some of us wasn't trained. Some women didn't see their parents exercising it. So they lived according to what they've seen. We all been through the curses. So we're just saying, hey, how can we fix ourselves now? That's what we're saying. So men, we like our women to dress still attractive, but holy simultaneously. We don't want another man. When we were young in this world, we got our women, some of us, through the flesh. That's the first thought, right? But when you got what you're like, hey, I don't want everybody to have her or see her. So that's really common sense, right? Territorial. You have the right to be territorial with your woman. Not to where you are jealous, to where you got some type of craziness going on about you, where it's all type of events where people be going, hurt that woman if she, you know what I mean? She got to go to work, brother. She going to talk to people. So we understand all of that. We ain't even got to go through all that. So the attire for a woman, We don't want our woman to be looking depressed in sackcloth and ashes. No. That was the old customs of throwing dung on you. No. We want our woman to be vibrant and beautiful, a daughter of Zion, attractive. Because now, when we come home, we want to not see just this little head. What's you call that thing y'all wear at night to cover the hair? We don't want that all the time. We want to come sometime. Hey, baby, how you doing? Put your hand on the stomach. Ooh, you know how it go. What you doing? You know, what you cooking up in here? Smell good up in here. See? Giving him some motivation when he comes home. Right? So, because he's had a long day. And when she goes out, looking, what's the word? I got so many words in my head. Looking like a daughter of Zion, let's say that. Looking like a godly woman, not a harlot. That's all we ask for women. You're going to get more respect, men and women, for dressing a certain way. You're going to get, if you're single or if you are married, respect from all manners of people. If you come in there with your pants sagging, obviously people are going to look at you like you're from the hood. You have a pistol in your drawers. People are going to look at you and treat you a certain way, obviously. Right? So we're going to show you where we're going here. Grooming and hygiene. If you groom yourself a little better, some of us have beards, but they're wild. If that's your style, I cannot tell you to change your style. I'm just putting it out there that if you want to get respect in certain places, you can get respect from fear or being, or looking wild, and people will fear you because you look scary. No different than our dreadlocks. People, they call them dreadlocks because they dread it and they were afraid of us because we look like lions. Okay? But we're in a different time. And if you want to go into different worlds, different portals, you understand places in life, there's a time for everything. You can shave it up real quick. And when you go back to the farm, leave it how you want to leave it. Okay? So, and that's not condescending. That's just common sense. Okay? I can't go into somewhere with a wife beater on expecting to get a job or expecting to do business. That's all we're saying. You can better position yourself for the Most High to use you. If you're a person thinking just because you're an Israelite, you're going to put a garment on every single place you go, that's okay for you to do in your personal life. That's fine. But if the Most High is not using you because you don't understand Paul, how to be all things to all men, guess what? Don't get mad. You feel in your mind because you dress like an Israelite, you grew a beard, or you got a hair wrap on that you're supposed to be used. Listen, you have to have knowledge of how to finish like Christ did. Christ understood, I'm going to go to this feast with this head cover on this time because I don't want to be seen this time. And there's some things I'm going to speak in the open. It's a time for everything. Okay, we are all on a mission, and all of our purpose is to serve the Most High and keep His commandments. Let us not wander 40 years in the wilderness, and remember, we all have a purpose to serve the Father and keep His commandments. Don't come to the Sabbath looking regular if you go to Master and you look good. If you go to school and you look good. So you guys are looking good for the world, but you don't come to the Sabbath like you used to go to the Christian church, worshiping the false gods and false idols. So the Most High just gets whatever. Nappy roots, you understand, and just whatever. When the priests were decked out, are we saying every person has to be decked out? We at least want you to come presentable as a holy nation, like we read in Deuteronomy 7:6. Okay? No one has to have my style. Have your own styles, how you do it. Become clean and look like a royal nation. Right? So that's men and women. And if your children see this, you breed this through your generations instead of more curses. I'm going to go to a quick video just to give the brother some motivation. Let me see. Can I find this really quick? And you guys have probably seen this. This is just something very quick. Guys probably probably don't know how to shop. They probably like, man, that's too much money. So I'm going to give something that I don't watch Steve Harvey or believe in anything that he's dealing with. But I understand where the Holy Spirit can give some wisdom in certain areas through all of our people. Okay? So just like you can watch a movie and eat the meat and spit out the bones. This is something about how you can take a little budget, and the sisters have not been looking at you, and how you can, present yourself in a better manner to where she can see some spiritual maturity in you, and not you just like take me as I am, dusty, busty, and rusty. No. So she wants to, when she's seeing elders' spiritual maturity and leaders, she may look at that as an example, and it's because she's never seeing that in you. It's no radar that goes off on her that you would even be a potential. So we don't want to face reality as a people. That's another thing with us. We don't actually want to face reality. You see what I'm saying? So we just want, I'm Israel. We the people, and that's all you care about. Okay? Your woman's still going to be with you, but she be looking like, Women be looking like, and they try not to say that. They hope you get the hint, but you still don't get the hint. Okay, so I'm going to give you guys something that a father should have given a lot of young men and show them how you can get into different doors, overcome certain obstacles if you take care of your grooming, your hygiene, and your dress code. So let's just go to this quick video. Give me one moment here, okay?
Every man has to own a black suit. After you get a black suit, there's 5 suits you need to get: black, navy, gray, brown, tan. You get those 5 suits, you get yourself 2 white shirts, get yourself 2 cream color shirts and 2 powder blue shirts. You can make 75 suits with those combinations, because every last one of those pants go with every last one of those jackets. Every last one of the jackets goes with every last one of the pants. You cannot mess up. The beige pants will go with the gray jacket. The gray jacket goes with the brown pants. The black pants go with everything.
All right. So did that do any harm to us? Did that do any harm? Some men, you just want to stay rugged. Listen, if that's your style, brother, that's your style. But if the Most High says he's not going to use you how he used Daniel, how he used Nehemiah, how he used Mordecai, because you think that they can be among the kings just looking anyway. You think that it said that when you read about when we were in Persia, it said that these men were set apart from the rest of the nation. These men were set apart from the rest of the nation. It's not just about having some jeans and some basic shirt on. No, these men were set apart. Their diets, their bodies, it literally says this in the scriptures. When I tried, and this is no knock on anybody, but personally, when I tried to go and try on some of the East Indian clothing for when we go to Passover and try, their shoulders are so small, like women. And, of course I work out, but naturally some of our men come out just naturally a certain way. And the main thing that's going on with me trying to fit their clothes is my width here and my shoulders. And it's so frustrating to me because, it's like, man, so I have to go and buy a certain tailored shirt or go and get my clothes tailored. But I realize that, hey, we are a different type of people. And, it's like, hey, we some lions. But we also want to come, you understand, on point to better ourselves is all I'm saying. So no one probably have not taught you young men this, or even older gentlemen. Some older gentlemen may have not even been taught this. So in their mind, it's still spiritually immature on certain levels. Hey, elder, no one ever told me this. That's an honest man or woman who can get better. You see, this is not about me having people coming up saying, elder, you look nice. No. Am I a saint of the Most High? Yes, I am. Let me represent myself like that. Even when I have a t-shirt on, I'm not going to have any holes in it or have my pants sagging. So if you see me out, I got some little dirt on my shoes, I'm probably that's when I'm going to the feed store. That's when I may be going to the grocery store. But if I'm going to class, if I'm going to a meeting to meet important people, don't wear that. Understand timing. That's all I'm saying. Right? If you coming from work and you got to go to the Sabbath, I know some of you just come in your work clothes. If there's a shower there, shower before you come. Bring you a change of clothes before you come. Represent for the Most High. Why are some of you so happy being regular, but you calling yourself the kingdom of heaven? I'm saying regular, yes. If you think regular, You thinking that's humble, and the Most High going to use you just because you're humble. It's a difference of having a purpose in life. Also being humble, meaning I can dress nice and have a purpose to represent the Father. The Father was so specific on how he wanted the women to decorate and sew the priest's garments. Specific. He also talked about certain men going to war who had exceptional bodies, not normal bodies. Okay, if you got women's shoulders, you need to work out. Straight out, because you will not be able to lift anything for your wife. Go and farm. You can even if you don't want to go to the gym, pick up the plow, go farming, do some work, go to the brothers, ask them, do they need help moving? Do something so you can get your health intact. Because your shoulders can't look like your wife's. It's just what it is. It's not a fashion show. Understand what I'm saying? That's not what I'm saying. I'm not talking about being a fashion show. I'm talking about for you representing the Most High. Next thing is how you eat. Some of us, regardless if we were bodybuilding, doing anything, just because you're bodybuilding, you got a good body does not mean you're healthy. I used to eat so unhealthy bodybuilding at one point, but my metabolism was so fast. So I could eat anything and it didn't do anything to me on the outside. But as you get older, your metabolism slows down. They will always tell you that. So, but it's not even just about that. It's about eating healthy. Some people can be a little overweight, but be eating extra healthy because their metabolism is slower. We have to start to learn our body types. People usually who are obese can gain, naturally women have, more shape because they have slower metabolism and they were just born with shape. They can grow muscle very easy. So they would want to do, and I'm going to be coming on here with I'm going to be in private gyms showing you guys how to work out if you don't know how to do it. I'm going to show you exactly. I've been doing this for years, okay? So soon that's to come. I got a lot of plans, but Passover's coming, so we got a lot of good stuff coming. I promise you that, if it be the Most High's will. I'm going to actually be doing a whole live in there showing you G.O.C.C. media, like actually me working out. And I might be having a person to I can use as an example, or sometime it will be myself. That's going to be a whole nother thing, okay? So, matter of fact, let's not even spend too much time on that, but we'll do that for another segment. Okay, so how you eat. Not eating bioengineering in this time is very important. Not eating genetically modified organisms. Not complaining is one thing we don't want to do. The Most High does not like murmuring. What can we take control over? Let's remember what the lesson is about. Taking back our life, taking control over our life. Stop the complaining. What can you do to fix these problems of how we eat? They're putting all of this in the food and doing this. I have one here. Plant your own food. We're going to go into a video or two about this really quick. So this lesson may be a little longer than average. Not too long, but I'm going to teach our people. This is why I'm taking my time, because this is helping people. Okay, people are hitting me up and contacting me like, man, this lesson really helped a lot of people. So I'm going to let the Holy Spirit work. So planting your own food, but most people don't know how to plant their own food. Even vegans and vegetarians do not. Okay. Work to get your own land. We're going to go into a few things of how to do. I'm not just going to give you tonight what to do. I'm going to show you a few tips and tricks of how to do it as well. Okay. So on the fitness note, if you have a high metabolism, you need to eat more calories and you need to eat more protein and lift weights, not heavy weights. Have a consistent regimen of lifting weights 3 times a week and doing some type of plyometrics. Look up plyometrics. I'm not going to explain everything tonight. And that's whether you are lean or you have a little bit more body fat on you. You need to do plyometrics. If you just burn calories, you will get the calories right back that you eat. That's how that works. You can walk all day, but you're going to lose muscle and you're going to get something called being skinny fat. So the people who are uneducated and think that you go to the gym and you walk for an hour just to keep yourself in shape, no, don't do that. You can if you want to, as long as you're doing something for your heart and endurance. But if you really would like to see shape, I'm talking about, plus endurance. You understand? Endurance, strength, and hypertrophy or building muscle. Don't just walk on the treadmill. If you do more than 30 minutes of cardio, you will lose your muscle and all of your gains. Lift weights or go and work in the farm or do something, start lifting heavy. So it's something to build muscle. When you build muscle, you burn fat indirectly, even in your sleep. But you need to eat more protein. So you vegans and you vegetarians, whatever which one you are, if you're not getting enough protein and you're trying to bodybuild and you are still like a toothpick and you don't know what's going on, you need more protein and you have to lift weights to give your body a reason to grow. Okay? So some people like that. That's not who we're talking about. If you like, listen, I want you thin just like that, or I want you thick just like that, that's that person's preference. Some people like certain preferences. That's not who we're talking about. We're generalizing things. We're talking about health. Okay? So overall, as we know, you can be a bodybuilder and look perfect, but you can be a 300-pound bodybuilder and you have the perfect body, but it's too much for your heart. Your heart is like your engine. If you have too much weight for your heart, even if it's perfectly chiseled, it's still too much for your heart to pump. This is a fact. So we all have work to do, and we can take control of how we eat. Okay? So work to get your own land is what we said. Why are we talking about just, man, they doing this and doing that? You see what they doing? All you guys are doing preparing for emergencies. It's not time for that. You can prepare for emergencies, and you're supposed to be doing that by default. But what else outside of that? That's not the work. That's just something for you and your family. Some people have equated us saving food for emergencies as the work. That has nothing to do with the work. That's just you preserving food for you and your family. Literally. That's not the work. Okay? So, next thing. Where are we? Starting a family business. Work on it. Take time on it. It's not going to be an overnight thing. Starting a family business. Make things from scratch. Learn to be a homesteader, making more things from scratch. Okay? Learn how to homestead, whether you are in an apartment or you're renting a house, you have bought a house. Okay? Just learn that. These are some things we can take control over. We see what's going on. Let us start to take control. Listen, I mean, I've been on my land for 6 months. If you see what I've done in 6 months, I didn't even realize it's only been 6 months. And I'm like, whoa, I moved fast. My faith is like, I see why the neighbors drive by and they're like, I don't know what's in my mind, but I just have the generation of like being a go-getter. I get it from my mom, and my dad's a carpenter by nature, and I just go because I go like it's no tomorrow. But that's me. What's in you? What can you take control over? You see what I'm saying? So yeah, start a family business. Learn how to be a homesteader regardless if you're in an apartment. So we're going to go through a video or two to show a few things. I'm going to show you guys something really quick. Instead of me just telling you tonight, I'm going to give you an example of what to do. I talk a lot about personally, the soil is so bad right now. It's been stripped of nutrients. Not only nutrients though, some of the soil has nutrients, but it does not have something that can make the nutrients bioavailable. Meaning the ground does not really have enough fungus in it. There's something called Korean natural farming. You can go and study Korean natural farming. We need to start, when it comes to farming, studying a little bit more about composting. And I've been knowing about this. I just like to hear other people talk to show what they know. But this is what I've been practicing throughout my trials and tribulations of farming. I farmed in container gardening. I farmed on farms. I farmed on big farms with my own 2 hands with no one helped me. And I have the pictures of my success. But I will say this, that we need more fungus, bacteria, microorganisms in our soils. A lot of you put something in the soil and wonder why it's not growing and it's stagnant. You need to understand how to fix that situation. And I suggest, this is just one of my suggestions. You don't have to follow my suggestions. There's no one right way to farm. People have so much knowledge about what they've done to be successful. But all of them are going to tell you one thing. Probiotics, good bacteria, whatever you want to call it, fungus, okay, mycorrhiza, fungi, you understand? You're talking about fungus that goes through the soil for miles to be able to feed the plant, to make the plant drought resistant. Listen, there's a whole network under the ground that you don't know about. But if you don't have worms in your soil, if you don't have these little bugs when you go to pick your plant, that's natural. This is like they have nanobots. This is like the little Most High's workers on a small level. When we see these little arthropod bugs coming in the house, they don't want to be in the house. They're really just trying to find some type of food or something that's decomposed. That's why they come in there. Even roaches are really for compost. But when your house, if you leave food and stuff around, they're going to come in there for that. You're bringing now the pest in your house. Okay? So roaches, flies pollinate, moths pollinate, wasps pollinate, bees pollinate. You guys have to start to understand the structure of why the Most High created everything. When we think of roaches, we just think of the curses. Well, there was a reason why all of these things were made. We're going to go into a farmer that I had studied for years when I first started to study. I'm going to show you how he grew potatoes, but he grew more potatoes. There you go, my sister. Roly-poly bugs, the earwigs, all of these little things you see, they're all for taking and decomposing matter, old food scraps, old dung, old hay, old grass. It turns it back into soil, and it has fungus in there to feed the existing ground to continue to get better. Your harvest should get better and better every year if you garden this way. So, what was I going to say? I've been studying this man for educational purposes and fair use only. We're going to go into this video called Charles Dowding. And you can learn a lot of things from Edomites and our people. So I'm going to go into a video about an Edomite and some of our people who are doing these things. This man is very old, so you have no excuses to be able to take control of yourself. Okay? He's an older gentleman, and he sells his food to like the market, like the farmers markets and things like that. And he's just one man, so he has only a few workers with him. But his system is using compost to dress the top. He does not dig into the soil. Not that digging into the soil is bad. Some people make mounds. There's no one way. I'll just tell you, put some dirt in a bucket or put a hole in the ground and start planting. At least do something. But once you start to learn and you get you a method, find your method of what works for you and your family. And also don't spend all of your money, because gardening can get a little expensive if you don't learn. Like, you can buy compost, but compost can eventually get expensive. So you need to learn how to make your own compost. So why are we talking about this? This is something that you complain about as a nation. It's time for you to start to take control of it. Even if you don't know all of it, start to take control. Study people like Humble's Servants Homestead, right? I'm putting certain things out. You got Brother Stan, who I brought on the show, is putting certain things out. Study some of these Gentiles. Bring it together and find your own system. I'm not going to come over there and say you should be doing it like this, doing it like that. If you're growing food successfully and it's working for you, I'm happy about you've taken the step to do it. And if you are too busy, delegate or pay someone to do it for you. If you're making money like that, okay? So you can employ someone in the body to do such a thing, make an agreement. Okay? So it's nothing wrong with having a servant in a respectful manner. We're not condescending down and looking down upon them. So let me go to the video. And yes, We got Paul Gauci with Back to Eden Gardening. That was one of the first things that actually motivated me to, because I was struggling with gardening like years ago and I almost gave up. I said I would not give up. I must learn how to plant food for my family until I became almost a master gardener. And you still learn things from new gardeners till this day. There's different soil types. There's different areas. There's different climates. There's different pests that come to different people's things, right? So which one? Okay, we're gonna watch this one here. Give me 1 second here. You guys are gonna take your time with me tonight because I'm gonna go in to help the people tonight. I'm sorry. I'm sacrificing my time for you all. Okay. So let me get these ads off really quick first. We don't care about their ads and their promotions. So we talk about Gentiles, but we talk about the bad ones. I love to see all nations growing food successfully because they're not talking about it. They're doing it. You could do it in your backyard. You could do it in your containers. Whatever you want to do. I've tried all type of ways, and the most effective way is don't spend all your money away and use what you have. But try to make it as aesthetic as possible. But at the end of the day, that's not important. Okay. Here we go. Let me bring that down for you guys. I want you to check this out here. Mr. Charles Dowding, this is for educational purposes only, and this is fair use for us to use your video to educate some of our people. Thank you. You understand if you come across this.
You don't need to dig a trench. So it's simply undisturbed. Growing potatoes without digging. How is it done? The ground preparation is exactly the same as for any other vegetable. You don't need to have a special bed for potatoes. You certainly don't need to dig a trench. So it's simply undisturbed soil in this case with mulch on top. And my mulch is compost. So this is a few centimeters, maybe 3-4 centimeters of compost here that we put on last autumn after clearing leeks.
Now, before we go into this, I want to teach you guys something really quick. When it comes to, really quick so you can understand. I'm just giving you guys a little basic thing before you go and try this. When you look up no-till and no-dig gardening, a lot of people are putting wood chips, mulch, and hay. Make sure that you have enough nitrogen. You're going to have to look this up. We're going to do a whole series on this. Enough nitrogen in the soil so that whatever mulch you put on top, and then when you put your plant in, that it does not turn your plants yellow. That means it's robbing your plants of nitrogen. This is the reason Mr. Charles Dowding and Mr. Paul Gauci, when people did not understand, they were like, well, we put wood chips on our stuff and their plants, because I went through this before my beginning stages. They went through it where they're like, well, it's robbing my plants of nitrogen. Well, listen, this is why you have to pay attention. Paul Gauci, when you look him up, he has a chicken coop where the chickens are making his compost. He takes it out and he screens it. He filters it and it becomes micro type of mulch instead of just big, thick wood chips. Not that it's wrong, not that it's bad to put those wood chips, but you want to make sure that you're feeding those plants nitrogen, or you have some type of nitrogen or some food scraps way, way, way down below when you put that fresh plant in, because you don't want, see, everything you put in there decompose is trying to break down. That's his job, to break down. You're going to see worms and arthropods there, but it can pull from your plants. You don't want it to pull nitrogen from your plants. So I have to put this out there. This is why Mr. Charles Dowding is using the compost that has been pretty much, for the most part, fully composed. And you can plant right into that because there's life in that and it's pretty much almost soil. He puts cardboard down over the grass to kill the weeds. And in a few weeks, if you're consistently watering it or the rain is there, the roots will eventually go through the cardboard inside of the regular ground. The whole object is not to destroy the microbiology of the regular soil. If you dig, it's like opening a scab. All of us know when you open a scab, if you keep scratching it back, it's going to heal in a bad way. Notice if you leave it alone, you put coconut oil, it heals in a better manner. So this is what's going on here while you pay attention to this, okay? So, one moment here.
Which, interestingly, were following potatoes. This bed has grown potatoes 4 years in a row already. This is going to be the 5th. So that's another aspect of growing. Actually, most vegetables, you don't have to rotate perhaps as much as is sometimes claimed. And then what kind of potato are you going to grow? There are many types, or 3 main ones. First early are the ones that mature most quickly, and they're often ready in early summer, June in the northern hemisphere. Second early follow them about a month later, and main crops again another month or even longer. So that's 3 categories of potato maturity. It's very good when you buy your seed to be clear what you're getting, so that you know when they're going to be ready. Because if you plant first earlies and leave them in the ground all summer, they're probably just going to get eaten by slugs or whatever. They're not going to grow anymore, basically. They finish growing in, say, June. So these are second earlies, variety Charlotte, really nice variety. I warmly recommend it. And they're going to mature sometime early to mid-July, depending on the weather a bit. We're now in second week of April. That's in where we are here, zone 8B, 51 North. Is a very good time to plant potatoes. We can have frost here until around 10th, 15th of May even, so for another month still there's a risk of frost. If there is a frost on potato leaves, it doesn't kill the plants often, or usually it doesn't, but it will damage the leaves and set back the growth. So that's why one tries to avoid it by not planting potatoes too early. And the actual process of planting, actually there's one more thing I should say before putting it in the ground, is the chits. A chit is shoots on a potato, little sprouts, and they're going to be the stems which turn into leaves. And then from the potato itself there'll be little roots coming out, and the roots are not the tubers, they're not the potatoes, but the roots, and the roots are very happy to go into no-dig ground. There is no difficulty in growing no-dig potatoes. They love the undisturbed soil. But the tubers that are going to develop need soft conditions, and that's where the compost comes in, which is on the top. So the tubers will develop in this compost, and this is how I plant. I'm just making a little hole here with the trowel. So I'm going down to about the depth of the trowel, pulling the compost towards me. So I'm not actually making a hole, just a slit in the compost really, putting it in that way up. If you look at a seed potato, you'll see there's a the end where the stem came last year, and then that's the end that was facing outwards, and that's where the new shoots come out of. So put that upwards, and it's just going to nestle down there in the compost. And then I'm just covering over like that. That's planting a potato. And just a word on spacing. This little bed here, it's 4 feet, 1.2 meters wide, 2 meters, 6.5 feet long, and we're putting 8 potato seeds in here. So they're on the close side probably compared to what is sometimes done. But we'll see as they grow. That should give quite a few potatoes. No giant ones, lots of medium size.
Fair use, educational purposes only.
So now we're searching for the magic frequency.
No,
and we start with 100 hertz.
One second, guys.
Here we are then on the 4th.
So I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you the rest because I'm not going to show you the whole video. But I wanted to give you an example of how simple you can make a raised bed. And you have to understand something. There's something called determinate and indeterminate potatoes. Determinate potatoes grow more like a small little bush. These are personally what I like. I personally have grown both. I do not like to necessarily grow potatoes where you have to keep stacking dirt. I personally don't like to do that. I like to grow them in little mounds like this. I've grown them in buckets. You can grow them however you want to grow them. For tomatoes, there's determinate tomatoes and indeterminate tomatoes. You have one that will continue to grow slower for a longer period of time, and some that grow fast, but they won't grow forever. So having both is a beautiful thing too as well. So I want you guys to pay attention. I have the knowledge of these things. I just like to bring others on to deal with it. I'm a successful gardener. I've been doing this for a long time. So you can use whatever different manures, but you have to study what type of manure to use. Chicken manure is the best manure out of all the manures. And this is not an opinion. This is actual fact. The problem with chicken manure, though, it's not readily available because it will burn your plants. And there's some other manures out there that will also burn your plants. I personally, though, like to use a little goat, a little cow, a little horse. I personally like to use diversity. But the reason they say chicken manure is the best only is because it has pretty much it's like a complete protein, but it's a complete fertilizer. It has everything that you need. So the best thing for you to do is you can put it in water, let it sit for 10 minutes or a few days to turn it into like some compost tea. You can do a foliar spray with it with some molasses or some fish emulsion, which you can make yourself if you know how to make yourself. You can use molasses. You should be using something called lactobacillus, probiotics, just compost in general, something that has life and microorganisms to feed your soil. We have natural lactobacillus on us. So just like when this so-called cold came out, they had everyone putting on alcohol, which is going to kill your microorganisms on your hand. These are like, they call them nanobots, but Most High's little workers that continue because our skin is one of the biggest organs. They protect our skin. But if we kill all of that, you understand, with antibiotics and all of these preservatives and this and that, that's why we don't have energy, guys. We need to put minerals back in the ground. We need to put life back in the ground. And this is the way to do it, using compost and not just regular potting soil filled with steroids. Just like bodybuilders, they're using steroid enhancements when you can just use natural testosterone. That's why we sell natural testosterone at KIYSupplements.com. We sell natural herbs. So the soil needs to have natural things. So when you eat it, we're made from the dirt, right? We're doing the same thing in the dirt, and it's coming right back in us. Take your notes, guys. Come back and restudy this and start to understand. I'm going to show you his crop, though, because we can't watch the whole video. Let me show you his crop that he has here. And let me show you how it's grown up so far, how neat it is. Let me see here.
Of June, and 8 weeks or so since planting these potatoes, and you can see what amazing growth they've made. It's like, wow. It's one reason why actually there's no rush to plant potatoes in the spring. As soon as it warms up, like it has done in May, particularly here this year above all, the growth is just so rapid that a slightly later planting will very quickly overtake an earlier one.
Look how calm he is. Listen, when Christ always talked about planting, using analogies when it came to the garden. Okay? Yeah, there you go. Listen, Humble Service Homestead just dropping game while she in the chat. She up in there, she got a ministry in the chat. You understand? So y'all make sure y'all hit that like button because we're helping a lot of people tonight. We want more people to come and see this to educate themselves for the time to come. We're in the time of plenteous. You want to start trying to do these things, okay? Look how calm he is, though. This is an older gentleman. This gentleman looks like he's like, I don't want to be disrespectful, but I mean, he looks, let's just say he looks up in age. He's an elder according to scripture, at least 60 plus. So, but he's out there in the sun working, eating that good food, selling that good food. This is a business. You can also, you don't know what to do? Grow some food and sell it to the farmer's market. You can go there with some, planting some little starters. Guys, I promise you, the guy who sold my bees to me, he said, you'll make you $1,200 in a day. People are looking for food. So it's no thing of competition where it's like, well, I do this. It's not enough food being grown. The harvest is plenteous, but the laborers are few. You don't have to complain to be broke. Put your hand to the plow and find something that's needed. Let's see his harvest now. Let's go. Let's skip to the harvest. You can watch this video later. I want to show you the harvest. He's so calm. Let's see. Can we start there? Yep. Hold up.
When I first started growing microgreens in my parents' spare...
No, we don't care about that.
Not many. We were pulling them out just in those 3 different pots, put on top.
1 second. Fair use, educational purposes only. Look how beautiful.
So I finished harvesting the 7 plants that were here. There was an 8th that we'd already harvested before. And we have 3 little beds, each had 8 plants, and they've all had slightly different soil treatment. The first one nearest to camera, we put a fork in every winter and lever.
Pay attention if you really want to understand. He, as gardeners, as husbandmen, okay, you have to sometimes experiment. Some people use you understand, they do what do you call it? They change the beds for the crops. What's the word? You know what I'm saying? It's stuck in my head. Okay, so you don't plant the same crop in the same space. It's a word for it that I'm trying to focus on something else. But he used different compost, some of his personal compost and some compost he bought, and he also tilled some of the soil just to show you how some of you like, well, the scriptures talk about tilling. Let me tell you, the way the garden was like a more so like a permaculture garden when it was Adam's time, where he just had the maintenance and cut and trim and make compost pile. It's not this. The tilling more so came when you're trying to farm for thousands upon thousands of people. But when you have a garden at home, you don't want to really have to disturb that soil if you don't have to. If that's your method of growing food and it's successful, continue doing what you're doing. But I'm going to show you how, if you're satisfied with your harvest, praise the Most High. But if you mess up the biology of the soil, you're opening it up for dehydration, taking away all of the microorganisms. The worms and everything don't like the sun. They like vampires. They like to stay below where it's moist and wet. Understand what I'm saying? When it's moist and just right, it can decompose better and continue to make your soil have more nutrients. Watch what he says the best harvest was and the least harvest.
To loosen, aerate the soil. And this one, by comparison, is no dig, no disturbance whatsoever. And that one, which we call strip 1, has the same amount of compost put on top as this one, strip 2. So it's comparing forked soil with no dig. And then the third bed up there is also no dig, but it has different compost. And that's well-rotted cow manure, as opposed to a mixture of green waste and mushroom compost. So this is finer compost here, bought compost.
Rotate the crop rotation.
There you go. Well, but it's from a local farmer who's not a compost maker. It's well-rotted 2-year-old, even 3-year-old cow manure. So we're same plantings, and we're comparing the harvest of these potatoes in those 3 different soil conditions. A further aspect of what's going on here, all these different trials, I'm just curious to see what happens if you don't rotate. So this is actually the 4th year in a row of growing potatoes in this same strip of soil. And well, they're not bad, are they? But one thing we are finding a bit of a problem with doing that is volunteer potatoes. Not major. But this spring,
so we're gonna skip to the part where he actually weighs the potatoes. Let's see here. Let's see.
3 with the no dig cow manure, 14 point volunteer, and that's what rotating with potatoes are. Strip 3 with the no dig cow manure, 14.2 kilograms, and that includes, for each bed we've added in the one plant that we'd harvested earlier. So that's 8 potato plants have given the 14 kilos, which is over 30 pounds of potatoes. Next up we have the no dig with the finer mulch, green waste and mushroom compost. And this was the slightly heavier again, 14.3 kilos, well over 30 pounds.
So see why I like diversity, how you can mix your own compost with some normal compost. Diversity got a little bit more of a yield. Not that the other yield had any problems. It's still more than enough. But he's talking about how much, he's weighing how much his no dig or no tilling harvest is.
A very nice result for not a huge amount of effort. And thirdly, we have the one where we fork the soil, supposedly to loosen it.
Educational purposes
once
only.
Again, and I've noticed this pretty consistently in this trial where we're doing lots of different beds in the same way. The forking has depressed the yield. It's 12.8 kilos. So less potato.
The forking has depressed the yield. Peeling back the soil. Our skin is like the soil. Peeling back peeling back the scab, right, will not make your skin heal perfectly if you have experience in understanding healing. So tilling the soil is messing up the anatomy and everything about the soil. All of the characteristics and the dynamics of that soil. Doesn't mean you can't do it, but understand how the Most High made certain things in the forest, where the leaves fall and the sticks fall, and constantly it rains. The freeze comes, it breaks these things down. You dig under there and it's creating new soil year after year. No one's going watering those trees. The Most High is doing it with his rain. It's making a natural fertilizer where you don't have to use commercial fertilizers. That's what decomposing old food scraps, manures, no matter what type of animal it is, decomposing all of these things together. Your greens are your nitrogen and your browns are your carbon. You put greens together with browns and you layer it or you mix it every now and then and you keep it just moist, not too wet. Guess what? It's going to create heat. That's what I have in my greenhouse right now. When it's cold, it's keeping my greenhouse very warm. You guys need to understand carbon and nitrogen make heat, and that is what's going to turn into compost. You guys need to start to study and understand this if you want to be great gardeners. Okay? You can do worm castings, you can do all of these things, but you need to learn the basics. Okay? I also spray mine with lactobacillus that we make at home. And in 2 days, boom, it's going to be more. Or I'll take some fish fertilizer with some, take notes, fish fertilizer with some unsulfur molasses with some water. Not too much. That's a fertilizer. You don't have to go to the store and get these commercial fertilizers. Take your dung, you understand, from your animals, your farm animals or your livestock, and dress the plants with that. I mean, man, there's so many things that you can do to bring you understand, biology back to that soil. Boy, so he's showing you here, he only got 12.82 kilograms, which none of us will be complaining because we received a harvest as basic unlearned gardeners. But he's telling you, a man from experience who sells to the stores and the markets, that he only got 12.82 kilos compared to no till, no dig with the compost. Even though he used compost there, just the tilling alone disturbed the cycle of life there.
Potatoes from doing that forking, which the conclusion I'm coming to is that even that amount of soil disturbance is not helping plants to grow. Maybe it's damaging soil fungi or whatever. And there's also the...
Did you hear that? Maybe it's damaging soil fungi or whatever. So he's not trying to get too technical. Yes, I know all of these technical things, but he's just letting you know, hey, this is an experience that is constantly happening. Every time I till the soil, I'm messing it up. Every time we mess up what Christ has going on, instead of putting ourselves back into the place of Christ, we're going to stay wandering in the wilderness. Let's take back control of what we can, but keep it going in that same path of what Christ gave us. So we're going to get off of this video. We're going to go to another video I have here really quick. Listen, what an experienced gardener he is. I just want to give you guys a little motivation to show you how it's one thing to see their people doing it, because obviously they have the money. They've taken our lands. They've done all these things to acquire what used to belong to us for the most part. Let's see other people who are doing it as well. Sometimes I like to go to Instagram or Facebook, right, just to keep it simply there, but it's also for educational purposes and fair use only. So I'm going to go to somebody in the body so you can also see our people doing this as well. Let's see what we have here. Let's see how we can do this. Let me see. How can we? What's this thing here? One moment, guys. Uh-oh. I'm trying to see how it can, make that a little bigger. 1 second. Look, we got Humble Service Homes.
In the valley of the shadow of death, I can take rest, cause the living God is living in my chest. Every day I wake up feeling blessed. Even in the valley of the shadow of death, I can take rest, cause the living God is living in my chest. Every day I wake up feeling blessed.
Let's go to something else, see what else they got. Look, they are doing it. Look at that.
Do you have a place where you can go where you feel completely free? A place where you can just be.
Look at that. That's words. Virtuous woman out there in the garden. See?
Welcome to my world.
See, my sister, if she had that false doctrine of paying tithes with other things, she can actually pay them. She got some sheep to send. A lot of us, well, we gonna pay tithe. We supposed to be paying sheep. Okay, where your sheep? Where your goats? Where your lambs?
The foolish man seeks happiness in the distance, and the wise grows it under their feet.
All along it was a fever.
Huh?
The foolish man seeks happiness in the distance, and the wise grows it under.
I had to show you guys. Look, she preparing for this. She preparing the siege. Fair use. There we go. And see, this is the thing. My sister get them good seeds because I order from that beautiful seed company too. Okay, I don't remember the name of my right now, but I got the same seeds. That's when you know us experienced gardeners. Okay, they got them beautiful black plants, them beautiful black and purple plants where you can get all of that good old what you call that beta carotene. Keep that skin vibrant and beautiful and brown, and you understand how Israel is shaded. So anyway. Let us continue back with our lesson, man. We getting somewhere, ain't we? Take back control of your life and stop complaining about the food and start to do some of the things that you just seen here. Now, if some of you got to log off, I still have to continue to teach because there's others who come and watch us on the way to work tomorrow, on the way where they driving their trucks. They watch this thing. You understand? So I got to keep it going, and I got to give the game. I got to give the wisdom from the Most High. So we wanted to show that really quick. There's something else we want to show. That's crazy. I sent it to Elder. Hopefully he can dive in more deep with it, but I can't go too fully into it. We have to take back control. We'll be forced to. Why? Check this out here. What do you guys see there? Okay. There's a chicken plant in the year 2023, and it's happened in the years past since this chicken and these eggs have went up. Breaking update. Okay, multiple fire departments have responded to a massive, this for educational purposes only and fair use. We're just using it for fair use. Multiple fire departments have responded to a massive fire at Hillendale, hope I got that right, Farms, the largest supplier of chicken eggs, where an estimated, 100,000 hens have died. In 2020, Hillendale Farms allegedly gouged more than 4 million cartons of eggs. Check that out. Right? Sorry. Yeah. Check that out. But I want to get even deeper. And listen, this is definitely YouTube. This is for fair use and educational purposes only. I need you guys, before I show you this, to understand that we're talking about the serpent's poison here. I can't say any names of it. I'm just going to put it on there and you got to read between the lines. Let me try to say it so that Israel can understand through parables before I show it. We think that this, they call it let's say a fowl flu. I don't want to say bird this. Y'all get what I'm saying, right? Yeah, bird something out there is going on. Listen, these people a lot of times, oh, the water is bad. Not that you should take chances, and they get money from that. Just like the holidays. Oh, Christmas is here. People go broke for that. Oh, Valentine's Day is here. It's no different. They do the same thing when it comes to sometimes the serpent's poison. Oh, there's a this, there's a that. They get money off of it. Well, there's a few instances that happen where we're going to talk about this really quick. First off, let's put this out there. We can't watch the video. I pray that Elder may go into it on his class, but listen, we're going to go back to the chicken thing really quick, but I want to show you this. Now, Thailand drops a bombshell on blank. They're redacted with Clayton Moore. So, what's going on here, you may ask? Well, in Thailand, the princess, they said she fell out from so-called alleged bacteria. But what they find out is that what really happened through investigation is that it was a serpent's poison. That's what they are saying. But the whole country of such and such that we're reading about now is taking. They are like, hey, this is a breach of contract. So top Thai officials are pulling off their gloves against PFIZER. I'm going to say it like that. Educational purposes only. I'm just saying I'm just reading something here. I'm not saying this is facts. I'm not saying this is false. Just reading something, what's on the internet here. I wonder if this is facts or not. I don't know. I don't know if this is conspiracy theories or facts. We don't know. We're just reading this here, right? So they're cutting ties with the contract with this company here who's involved with the serpent's poison, as the Bible tells us. P BioNTech, and could become the first country in the world to nullify the contract between the powers that be and PFIZER, which would mean that PFIZER would have to pay back billions of dollars because of their serpents stuff to the Thai people. Check that out. You guys got to go into that and check that video. I'm showing you the title. Check that out. Check that out. I want you guys to go type that in on your own time. Deep, isn't it? But I want to go into something a little deeper. I can't go too deep into it because I'm trying to keep the page. So, one moment here. Check this out. One moment. Let me get my little self out the way real quick a little bit. All right. Do you see what I see? That's how I used to all be singing that thing, huh? Check it out. So, chicken egg yolk antibodies, in parentheses, IGYS, blocking the binding of multiple blank, this that you put in your arm, protein, sharp protein. I'm not going to say spike anything. Sharp protein variants to human ACE2. I don't know what the science of that is, but there's some research here that says basically chicken yolk stops the binding of the spiky stuff from the serpent's poison from being able to be successful. Can you hear me? Some of you people who only like to eat vegetables may want to think about getting some chickens. Or find something that can do the same thing. But the research is showing here, because there's so many Israelites and so many people eating the egg yolk is so bad for you, it causes high cholesterol. No, it actually helps you with good cholesterol, actually. If you really were smart. If you really were smart. Okay? So I can't go into this. I left it on the page. You can come back and watch the video and read it for yourself. Let's just say that. pubmed.ncbi.nlm.nih.gov/3. Okay? You can find it there. Let me see if I can get it up there. All right. You can see where it's at. This is the studies here. This ain't something I made up. National Library of Medicine, National Center for Biotechnology Information. Let me tell you, I went to go buy some more chickens the other day because the week before that, I said, hey, we want to come pick up some chickens. And usually they have hundreds of chickens there when they have them. The next day, we called them. They were all gone. They were all gone. And this is around the corner from me. Some people are saying, our chickens were not laying this winter. Now, chickens already slow down, laying in the wintertime a little bit. Okay? So we seen that on YouTube. Some people were saying that there may be something in the feed. My chickens did not have that problem. I had a lot of new chickens, and really, I was so busy, I needed to go in there and fix their bedding a certain way to make them lay. This happened to me before. Sometime I got busy, and it's like, hey, let me go get what I need to get for my chickens so they can lay correctly. As soon as I fixed that situation, I had too many eggs, and I would have thought that they were laying, but that wasn't the case. I had to fix the hens. They like to be like, they like to, when you lay in the bed, a woman like her sheets clean and they feel good. So that's what was going on with my chickens. We don't have a problem here. As a matter of fact, Texas don't really need anyone for the most part in the United States of America. They pretty much have all their stuff here. They don't need to order stuff from places. So it was not in all the feed. It was not. That's not a fact. I order feed and my chickens are just fine. So we don't want to always take what people are saying from YouTube. Now, can it have been in some feed? Yes, because they know some of our black people is choosing the cheapest feed. So they definitely, if it's coming from overseas, they can stick a needle in there or put something in there. But also in my feed, when I store it, and I'm going to do a YouTube video on that if you subscribe to our bodybuilding page, I always put something called diatomaceous earth in there. Diatomaceous earth can also take away, allegedly, parasites, heavy metals, food grade diatomaceous earth, they say. That's something you definitely want to have if you have animals. I put that with my feed. So your horses, your cows, and all that, I store my feed with that so bugs and stuff won't come in there in the container. So if it wasn't there, it wouldn't have hurt them. Some people saying they let theirs out to eat the grass and they were fine because, yes, there's things in the air that they drop in, supposedly this graphene oxide sometime in the air. We don't know what's out there. But the scriptures tell us in Psalms that it's going to protect us. What's that? Psalms 91? That it's going to protect us from all of these things to come. But we still have to take control over what we can take control over. That's why I'm putting this out there. Get you some chickens, because you see what that egg yolk about. Don't listen to them people. Egg yolk is going to give you a high cholesterol. Let me tell you something. One thing I told is we don't want to be smart and dumb at the same time. If you do not have cholesterol, you're going to die. Your body makes cholesterol. You need to eat the right fats to make the right cholesterol. Stop eating the wrong fats or you're going to have bad acid and things like that. You eat out more than 2-3 times a week, you're going to be dealing with acid reflux and all type of stuff. It's happened to me plenty of times. I'm just giving y'all the holy spiritual wisdom. Take control back of what's going on. If you see bioengineering there, they're spraying things too much, it's time for you to put your hand to the plow. That's what this lesson is about. I thought I'd give you some smash down game tonight. See? Let's continue here. Eggs and hot sauce, they crazy. Let me see something here. 1 second. No sound. Can you guys hear me? Oh, no sound. Please tell me you have sound. Let me say Khan if you can hear me. Someone said there's no sound. Lord, don't do this to me tonight. Say Khan if you can hear me, because we don't want the devil to mess up our sound. Okay, they can hear me. We good. We don't want the devil to try to be on no hating stuff, because we come with the double-edged sword. You see? They say they can hear me. All right. Let's go. We're gonna drop it tonight. We listen, we have a 4-hour lesson. You can clock off, but You can come back on another day and to finish it. We dropping it tonight. Okay? I'm sacrificing my time for my people. I'm laying my life on the line for my people. You are my flock. You are the shepherd's flock. All of the elders and deacons' flock. We have to feed the people. Okay? So these are some things I want to drop for y'all. What's another thing we can take back control of our life? Our finances. So I'm going to try to go through the rest pretty quick because, man, is this going to be another powerful lesson. Share it and like it. If you can take back control of your finances and see, these are the things that we're wandering 40 years in the wilderness about. What should I do? I don't know what I should do. I don't know what ideas I have. You're wandering 40 years in the wilderness. So listen to the lesson. If we don't have our finances correct, and I'm not talking about being rich, I'm talking about being content, guys. The finances is not the only thing we must build. We must build more character, more you understand, more just better ourselves overall spiritually. If you have money is not going to make you have a good relationship with people. That's not the only thing. Money is a defense, but we need to encompass all of these things in Christ, is what I'm saying. The fruits of the Spirit. So finances can cause arguments in relationships, right? It can cause people to go against the commandments, like stealing. These are the things that happen to us in the curses. We're talking about things since we've come back into Christ we can take control over. Relationship problems, right? So I'm gonna give you some game too, some wisdom here for young people. If you have a young relationship, I'm not telling you what to do. It's not law, but build a foundation first. Because when a kid comes into it, the first year or two, many of us have already been through it when we were young in this life. If you don't have a plan and you just pop a baby out, when you just lay down, I know it's pleasure, I get it, but if you don't have a plan, that's where stress can come, arguments can come. Because these young women, we're going to go into what some of these young women say. We're going to go into it soon, okay? Very soon here. So build a foundation, not having kids so early, because these are all dealing with finances, to make sure you're building a foundation. Have a plan. Understand your positions as the image of the Most High, male and female. What is my job as a wife? What am I supposed to do? Every time you have a problem, go back to the origin. What is the woman supposed to do? Imagine yourself as Adam. Imagine yourself as Eve being pulled out of Adam. Don't come in here trying to tell Adam what to do. You just came from him and you're already trying to tell him what to do. We did that in the curses, but it's not working. Stop wandering 40 years in the wilderness and come back and take control of what you have power over. You've been given power over something, but it has to be that one way through Christ. Like I said, if you turn to the left, you can't go there. It's a brick wall. You turn to the left or the right, you can't turn there. If you turn around, millions of people are behind you. Keep going forward. Straight out. You are stuck with each other. So if nobody committed fornication, meaning nobody's out there committing adultery or worshiping another god or beating or abusing one another, all you can do is separate for a time. Somebody gonna get bored. Somebody gonna get tired. See, one person will end up going to commit adultery because the scriptures tell you if somebody marries that man's wife or he marries somebody else, that's committing adultery now. That's what Christ said. It wasn't so in the beginning. Only thing you can do now is separate. Who gonna get tired? Somebody gonna continue to follow Christ and somebody gonna give up, or both of y'all going to continue together. Who want to go without loving for that long? Who want to go without attention for that long, or best friend for that long? You know, you guys came together not just because you were just cute. You liked each other at first, so go back to your first love. Oh, we're gonna stay together just for the kids. Well, you're gonna have a boring life, because if this is who you got to stay with, you better learn to love each other. There's no fear in love. Forgive. We've all been through trials and tribulations and the curses in life. See, if we can come back to Christ, you can also build that. Let me tell you a key thing to kill all of this. Let me tell you a key thing from the Holy Spirit that he dropped on me through life. No woman will ever have an excuse, or man, but of how to submit. You know why? I'm going to drop this on you. Men, and I'm not talking about, I'm saying no homo. This is the new saying out there, right? Men submit every day. So we've been teaching women how to submit every day already. So when a woman says, I can't submit, I don't know how to submit, men submit every day. We submit to our managers at work, our bosses at work. We submit to our fathers. We submit to our elders. Even when sometimes if we were wrong and the elder didn't know all the full truth, sometimes we're like Christ and said we just stay quiet and don't try to have to prove ourselves. Yes, sir. We are showing you how to submit to a forward person or a gentle or kind person. So no, I'm afraid for the punishments of women who make excuses to submit. I'm afraid of the punishments because men have been being women every day. And when I say being women, not actually being a woman, not trannies. No. We're following and submitting every day, showing you how to do it, and you just don't know it. When we go to work to get the money, we have to submit to a boss that we don't like, who's telling us we're doing things we're probably not doing, to men who are probably making fun of us and trying to pick on us and bully us at work or trying to stop us from our course of action to do what we need to do to provide for our families. We are humble and we submit to it all. So if man can do it, you will never have an excuse. We're not saying that there's some situations where men can do better. We talking about righteous men. And it's not your job to find out if he's righteous because you thought he was righteous enough to open your scissors to him. Straight out. So it's too late for you to find out if he's righteous now. You should have found that out in the beginning. So that's where you have to separate and get counsel with your elders or your deacons or your officers. What I'm telling you is this: you will never have an excuse to submit. Men submit even when they've done right and people say they've done wrong in this life. They've already taught you how to be a woman. That's why they call it woman. You came from the womb of a man. Okay? From man. They've taught you already how to submit. So your excuses will never be valid. You're either going to do it or you're not. You probably never heard that in your life, but that's from on high. So that's not me. That's the Holy Spirit warning you and letting you know. Come out with as many excuses as you want. But the Holy Spirit just spoke. You will never have an excuse. Let's continue. There's different scenarios and situations that we can counsel where young men maybe need more skills in some areas. But let it not be an excuse for you to do what you're supposed to do. Because the Most High will punish him. It's not your job to punish the man who you came from. It's the Most High's job to do that. If he's telling you this is where we're going, just go that way. But guess what? If he leads you off a cliff, the Most High is going to rescue you and he's going to fall. Trust me, he's going to get chastised. The Most High Christ deals with us directly. That's 1 Corinthians 11. The Most High, Christ, man, and then women. Let him get his own time. If you don't agree with something, the Most High will work with him. You just got to be patient enough to work on that. Just how at work, we like, the boss should be doing this and should be doing that in our minds. But guess what? What can we tell him? We're not the owner of the business. We have to submit and be patient. And if we're patient, you eventually get a raise or your boss is like, man, that person has patience. I know what I told him was wrong and he still went through it. I'm going to level him up. The Most High is just like that with relationships. That sister is patient. She went through all that with that Negro or that man. I'm going to level him up. Not only because of him, but because of her. She has his back. That's the most important thing. Now the devil cannot come at you guys. You are complete. You're complete. You're one. If you're separate, that's where the devil wants you. Now he can break down the house. He has to come for the strong man. But if the woman has a back, they're one. It's hard for him to come when they're both together. Understand what I'm saying? All right. So, these are the things that finances can cause. So you understand, we don't want to have lazy men and lazy women. You have to work together to get it. All right. Buying land. Let me just go through a few things for you really quick, since a lot of you asked this questions. I'm not going to go through a whole thing of, you understand, of it, but not, not going to go through a dissertation of everything, but yeah, buying land. If you don't like what's going on in your HOA neighborhood, if you don't like what's going on in your apartment, build your finances up. Take time to study. Take time to save money. Them taxes you spending and buying rims and all of that, the Gentiles use those for investments. If you didn't know. If you don't know, I just told you. I just gave you some game. I never thought about that. I'm spending mine on rims and clothes and Jordans, and we're going out to eat big, and in a month we don't have any more money. That's what the Gentiles use them for, investments. Okay? So, that can be your down payment. That can be your septic tank for your land. That can be your water well. That can be whatever you need for your land, depending on how much land you're trying to get. So, I'm gonna give you a few things. If you are thinking about taking control of your life because you don't like your situation, you have control over this. It's going to take some time, but check it out. Call the county and ask questions. Wherever your land is designated to, whatever county is over your land. Think about location. You don't want to have something too far. If you're maybe, I'm not going to say 30 minutes. It's not too bad. If you're an hour from the grocery store, is it too far for you? Is it too far for you to get to work or visit your family? There's some land I thought about getting. It was like only an hour away. But because of the traffic at certain times, even before 5 o'clock, that's 3 hours traffic you'll sit in. That's too far for me. Think about all of these things. What's best for you? Don't be too close to the city, because if they gate off the city and you're too close, you'll still be in proximity to that city. I'm not talking about people who are still going to be staying and renting and buying houses and staying in that. I'm not saying you're unsafe. I'm saying if you want to change your situation because you're complaining and don't like your situation, take control of it. Land is one of the best investments that you can make because it does not depreciate. Okay? Taxes. Understand what type of taxes you're going to have to pay on your land. If you're getting anywhere from less than a quarter acre to about 4 acres, usually you're going to pay the taxes unless your county has something to where you don't have to pay taxes. Usually 5 acres and up, you can get B's to where you don't have to pay at least 80% of your taxes. You can get hay in some counties. Over here, you need to have 40 acres to have a few cows on there to not pay taxes. You have to study to know all of these things. Ask questions to your county. How big of land you want to get? You have to understand something. If you don't have at least an acre, in some areas of some counties, this is the thing. Your water well, in most cases, needs to be 100 feet from your septic so that the septic or the sewage system does not taint the groundwater from your well. That's law. That's code. So if you get a half an acre, you don't have enough to do that for the most part. Unless you're getting water and you're in an area where it's kind of like a HOA community where they're running their own water there, where they have ran their own sewage. And if their code is different and their rules are different, but you need to make sure of that. Okay? So, so you want to make sure, hey, does this land come with a water well, electric pole, a septic system, a culvert, meaning a bridge to get across the ditch, which takes a permit from the county? Okay, does it have a gate from wild animals? And some gates may not have the HOA gate with the wood. It may just have barbed wire, but that's still better because some land you can get, they offer the gate already. It shows you the boundaries of your land, and it's up to you if you still need to get your land surveyed to make sure you're getting the exact amount of land. Some lands come already with a culvert for you to get into the land. Some lands come with already a electric pole that will feed your one house and your water well. You need to know all of these things. If you're going in with people, you better make sure you go in with the right people according to your own. Mostly, I wouldn't tell people to get on if it wasn't their family personally. But even with your own family, make sure this is not nobody going to fall out with. That can mess your whole situation up. This is an investment. You're talking about people who will murder you in a time of trouble. Get counsel from your leaders before you make any decision, even on putting this out there. I promise you, it'll be bad for you. It'll be bad for you. Think about plumbing. Set money aside for plumbing. If you're not buying land with a house already on it, if you buy land with a house It may have that. Think about how much it will cost. Call around. How much does it cost to put a water well over here if it doesn't come with a water well? It may be from anywhere from $5,000 to $15,000 to $20,000 to $30,000. Can I finance that? Or do I need to get a place with a mobile home where they're going to finance my water well, my septic system, and your plumbing or whatever else you need? Sometimes a bank or whatever, home on-site home you're getting built or mobile homes can do that. But I'll tell you what, you're going to pay more than it's worth when you do it that way. So you have to think about all of these things. You better write down some notes. Okay? And you want to make sure that you have some decent credit. If not, you're going to have to be getting a cosigner or doubling up your credit with one of your family members. These are all things you have to think about. How are you going to pay for this land? Humble Service Homestead put a few of these notes in their Instagram, I think earlier this week or today or whatever. These are just from my own experience myself. What type of loan are you getting? Are you going to get owner finance? Or are you going to go through a bank? These are things you have to think about. Write down a note for you and your family to study and ask questions about. Once again, be careful with going in with people because people can switch on you. The Most High said, man shall not always, my spirit shall not always strive for man, for he's flesh. Fleshly people can change if they think in the flesh and not the spirit. Wild animals. Look up what type of wild animals in your land. There's hogs, there's deers, there's coyotes. So that's what, if you can't afford to get a whole gate around the whole place, at least you can have a gate around just your home to protect you from that. Don't let wild animals scare you all the way off, because we used to have alligators around here, but they ran them off. Okay, so we have no problems with that. See if there's snakes in the area. Rely on leadership once again. Single ladies getting land. Wow. I'm not going to say I wouldn't recommend, but I wouldn't recommend it because it takes a lot of maintenance, a lot of manpower and work, and takes machinery. Unless you just have money to hire servants, because you can't depend on, hey, elder, or hey, deacon, can you come help me with this? Realistically, you living out there alone, baby, or my sister, it ain't going to work for you. It's not realistic. You can get together with a few sisters and, yeah, we want to, get some land. Who's going to be doing all of this work for you? So maybe that's where you should have thought about getting a husband, or if your father's going to be on the land, or your uncle. You got to think about all these things. These are things that our people don't think about. They think about, oh, we want to get some land. You want to put a house on it? You mean we can't do this or do that? Okay? Think about these things. Keeping the land value up. You don't want to be living like Sanford Son. I see a lot of people when I'm driving by living trashy. They come on the land and they just dropping their stuff off because they haven't had enough money to buy a shed or make a shed and make things neat. And before you know it, it looks like a trash dump site. We are a holy people. Now your land value goes down. And maybe you're going to have problems from the county because they're complaining about your land looks trashy. If you want to shoot on your land, you need 10 acres or more in Texas. And you need to have a situation that's made for you to be able to shoot it in safely so you don't damage people and their cattle and their property. It's called a barren or something like that. Okay? So check with your county on that. Read the contract and have reserved finances. Make sure you read the contract, have reserved finances. The only thing about when you do owner finance, it may come with more interest. And if you don't pay it off in time, you might be paying it double off. But a lot of land is going up, so you might still make a good investment. You can go through the bank. You can buy through your company. You got to do all this research. Equipment you need to have sometimes, depending on how much land you have. Everyone does not have to have 10 acres, 20 acres, 30 acres. I wouldn't recommend it. You're not going to see what's back there a lot of times, even if you have 5 acres, 10 acres. You're not going to walk back there. Who are you going to pay to cut the grass? Do you have a tractor to cut the grass? You better think about all this. A lot of Israel thought that you just get some land and that's it. No. Study to show yourself approved to these things. And believe it or not, if you're a hard worker like Humble Servants Homestead, myself and a few other people, you can do it. I mean, you can plant a lot of food on a 1/4 acre. So trust me, I know some 1/4 acres food forests on YouTube. Amazing. But you have to understand also restrictions. What kind of home can I build on this land? Is it commercial? If it's commercial, you're buying the wrong land if you don't plan on doing a business on it. Okay, if it's not commercial and you do commercial things on it, you better make sure you can do that. Usually they're not going to let you build certain homes on half acres depending on the septic and the water system or well you have, depending on the space. So can you build a modular home? Can you put a mobile home on there? Can you put an on-site building on there? Can you put a shipping container home? Can you build a tiny home? Let me tell you, all of these things are important. And when you do finally get a home on there, make sure you go to your county and claim homestead taxes so you will not be paying school taxes and other taxes. Listen to what I'm saying. Rewatch the video. I'm showing you how to take back what's yours, but don't think you can just do it if you have no knowledge. Get the knowledge. Take your time, study, re-listen to this, do some more studying, ask around, ask a lot of questions and have a plan, have reserved finances. Because you can put $5,000 to $10,000, $20,000 down and have to spend another $20,000. Because you're like, we needed a road. It didn't have a road. It got too muddy. My car got stuck. Oh my goodness, we need a shed. If we build a shed, it's still going to come out to minimum, depending on how much room you need, $2,000 to $5,000 to $10,000. Let me tell you, y'all don't understand this. If you don't manage your money, don't expect to get out your situation. God will not drop anything out of the sky for you. You must put your hand to the plow and work. And if you don't have a wife to help you with that, or a husband to help you, and y'all not one mind together, don't expect to get anything accomplished. The Most High, the women don't know how much power she has over the household. If she is in order and has her husband back, she controls the whole mood of that house. If she has an attitude, the Most High is looking like, hey, I'm blessing this house and keeping it afloat only because this man is doing such, or only because this woman is doing such. But because they're not one, I can't pour the full blessings in it. You don't do that to your children when they're not getting along, do you? Boom. Oh, listen, I'm on here for a long time tonight because I have to drop this. I'm eating dinner late tonight and I'm going to work out late tonight, and I'm still going to work out. But I'm dropping this tonight, straight out. I'm helping y'all tonight because I love you guys, and I'm willing to put this time in to help you. I would have started at 6, but I wanted to make sure that I had everything here. Another thing you can take back control over, right, is schooling your own children. Homeschooling your own children. There's many ways to do it. If you're doing it according to the county, or if you say, hey, I don't want them in my business at all, so they're not saying my child is delinquent and this and that. There's ways of that. You have to do your own research for your family. Don't be letting people tell you you should do it this way and that way. Do it according to what you want your children to learn. Period. They can still get into college. They can still get into trade school if you do your research. Trust me what I'm saying. And they don't have to go through all of these task tests and all of it. They don't have to go through that. Trust me what I'm saying. I know. Okay? But you have to do your own research on that. Okay? A lot of people can just be good test takers but not actually be smart. And a lot of people can do good at grades but not be good test takers. That should not dictate how smart one is. Because you don't even need a lot of this so-called worldly knowledge that's foolishness to the Most High to get ahead in life. You come through the country and think people broke if you want to. People is balling out here. Trust me what I'm saying. If you only understood what it takes to get land, if you had to go out and purchase it yourself. If it's handed down, it's a little different. But they still put some work in for their family to hand that down to their family. Okay? Yeah. So, schooling your own children. Why am I saying that? I'm going to go into an article for you really quick so you can see how important it is, how it's getting. Let me show y'all something. This ain't no game. I'm trying to help my people tonight. See? Educational purposes only. This is H-Town again, Houston. Fair use, all day in ISD. This is the #1 place of human trafficking. So you better hide your kids and hide your wife like Antoine Dotson said. Shalom, my brother Antoine Dotson. Okay. All day in ISD. Mom demands resignation after 6-year-old reportedly sexually assaulted on school bus. The 6-year-old, we're not going to go through the whole article. The 6-year-old had been acting differently for months, but it wasn't until the first grader came home from school. Came home from school. I'm just going through it because I'm really sad about what happened to this person's child. Seriously. First grader came home from school without a backpack that the mother learned of horrible ordeal her child had endured. I remember as a young child, guys, my aunt, I was staying with my aunt at the time, and she signed for us to get whippings at school. And that's fine, because if you're bad, that's how it was in the old days. But I sometimes did not have my homework because I was getting bullied and jumped in elementary, in first and second grade, from older kids. And I was afraid because I was just an innocent child, and I didn't think the world had to be harmless. We were staying in the projects. Me and my brother would sleep with a box fan in the window. Y'all know how the old school thing used to go. And we would hear gunshots at night, and you understand. And we just be scared, man. My aunt them couldn't cook that good, but bless their soul because they helped take care of us while my mom was in school for a little bit. They cooking them black-eyed peas, and you gotta know how to cook black-eyed peas. They drink that old gin at night, but I love my aunt and my uncle. They're not here anymore, rest their souls, but they did the best they could with what they had. And they were like, I think they worked in hotels, cleaning the hotels and stuff. And I just remember a lot as a child. Like I would leave, come out the door, and there were bloody shirts on the ground for somebody getting shot. So when I was young, I was always fighting giants in real life, meaning there was not kids who were bullying me who was in my size. It was always 3-4 grades higher. That's how I grew up in real life. My stories are facts, and they made me who I am today, a warrior. So I feel like I needed to go through that. Maybe I didn't have to go through that, but I went through that. There's a story about my mom told me about my little brother and sister, how they came from the babysitter's house, walked across a busy highway at, she said they were 3-4 years old. And the security guard was like, man, I got your children. I don't know where they're coming from. They're supposed to be at the babysitter. What's going on? So he held the children for my mom to come home. Like, we grew up in a time where when you were young, you were really advanced. When you grow up in the hood, for whatever reason, to survive, you are advanced. And I can remember things 2, 3. And I used to ask my mom, how old was I going through this? She said, you couldn't have been nothing but such and such. And I'm like, how would one know that? I'm walking from school 4 or 5 years old, far, because my mom had to work. Now they had crossing guards and stuff, but you're talking about walking far. And before this, I would get bullied, man. And I would lie to my aunt about my homework because I was afraid that I was going to get a whipping from her and my uncle. But then tell her that I was getting whipped with rubber tire straps from little kids jumping me and tearing my homework up, taking my backpack. This is what I was going through. And so I could have let that turn me into a bully because I still got bullied all the way up to almost high school, off and on, not the whole time. I had my fights where I won, but when they had big guys, like really big guys who I thought who were not supposed to fight me, I sometimes naturally would have a little fear living in the hood. So, because I was a good kid naturally, but after a while, I didn't have that problem anymore. I ran everybody off, and I would go in the hallways and see people bullying people, and I would beat them up then. But I said that to say, guys, unfortunately, our children are going through this even worse now. This is not only a child being bullied. This is a child who has been sexually molested. There's witchcraft coming in schools now. There's new type of doctrines coming in school where they're getting ready to pay the teachers higher wages now. So let us take back control of what we have. If the husband and wife have to get together to make a few sacrifices to make sure that their children can get taught at home, if you can, everyone will not be able to do it. So that's a chance you're taking with your children. Unfortunately, we all got influence no matter how good our parents told us to be. And some people say, well, your child has to go through. You can't shelter him from everything. Let me tell you, if you read the story of Isaac, he was sheltered. You understand? So I don't know what you're talking about. He was reared up by his parents. So I'm just letting you know the truth. He wasn't sheltered in no punk. And so the necessities in life of planting and gardening and hard work would be his adversities and whatever enemies were around. But his mama made sure that nobody, unlike Esau, going out there being influenced to deal with the wrong women, Isaac didn't deal with that. So it's okay to actually bring your child up and train them up the way they should go, like the scriptures. Instead of you coming with some nonsense talking about, well, they got to go through the same thing you went through. You did it. No, they don't. Never believe that lie. That's why we're in the curses now. Anyway, let's go into the article. Okay, let's go down a little bit here. Educational purposes only. A bus driver told her an older student had tossed the backpack out of the bus window when officials at Aldine School District and the child's elementary school reviewed the security footage of the bus ride. They discovered and ultimately told them that the child had been sexually assaulted by another student. The Houston Chronicle does not identify reported victims of sexual assault without their permission. The mother, accompanied by community activists, spoke on Monday, explaining that officials found evidence that the child had been subject to repeated sexual assaults on the bus ride home for at least 3 months. Now, you're talking about a 6-year-old here. Boy, this pisses me off. I'm not going to lie to you. This makes me very angry. The child's mother and the advocates called for the resignations of several officials in Aldine ISD Transportation Department and at the child's school. They failed to protect the child from harm and notified the mother of the assaults as soon as they happened. They also questioned why the district allowed elementary-aged children to ride the bus with significantly older students. Security video showed the 6-year-old student at Lola Mae Carter Academy in Northwest Houston being lured to the back of the bus en route by at least one middle schooler who sexually abused the child. The mother said the older student told her the child assaults were a game and not to tell anyone or the 6-year-old would lose the game. The child endured sexual assaults on several occasions before the mother was notified last week of what officials had discovered, according to the activists. The details of this investigation are so horrific. She didn't know about the abuse, but for months, the mother had repeatedly contacted the district about her child's well-being on the bus. She complained to the district's transportation unit about older students riding the same bus as children as young as 5. I have no words, she said. Inside, I'm dying. Once the advocates said a driver stopped the bus the mother's child was on because she thought students were fighting in the back, but it was a 6-year-old fending off an older student. So I'm not going to read the whole thing, but I know the child is back in school, and the district did not respond to questions about why its youngest students were riding on the bus routes with middle schoolers. The child is back at school. I'm going to tell you right now, my child would not be back at that school. I'm going to tell you right now. My child would not be back at that school. And I will not sit quiet just about this. That's why, as parents, we have to start taking control over our life again. You guys can just live life with hope, or you can take control and power of what the Most High gave you. It's going to take sacrifice. It's going to take patience. It's going to take time, but it's going to take finances. But those are your children. What are you going to do about it? Oh, I want my child has to have an education. And then still end up with the curses because they get molested, bullied, indoctrinated with all different types of indoctrinations. And the only thing you cared about was them having some more knowledge than another Israelite. And that's cool. They sound very educated. But all the demons that come with it sometimes are not worth it. All of the debt that comes with it sometimes are not worth it. You have to decide what's best for you and your family. Some schools may not be going through this, and they're fine. But if your school and if your child is going through anything like this, you better sit down and have a talk with your family. Because you'll be leaving Babylon and you'll have demons in your children from whatever influences you thought there was a sweet little child, a sweet little girl, a little boy, and you just didn't know. Right? So I know some of you are going to have to click off, but I'm going to keep going. And I know you guys can come back and watch it. I know some of you guys got to go to work. It's a little late up north or on the East Coast. But you're going to hear what I'm saying here. So let's continue. I'm going to give you guys this tonight. Take back your life. It's very important what I just said there. Young men I'm going to give you some wisdom here. There's going to be some situations where we had some people who have married older women, but it don't always work. Really, it doesn't work. That's very rare. Very rare. There's only a few men in this earth, like Daniel and some of these older, spiritually mature men, who have old souls, and some women who have old souls. It does not always work. So follow what our forefathers did. Young men, I'm going to give you the wisdom now. You can take it or leave it. It's not just from me. It's from the scriptures. It's from Elder Rawchaa. It's from the wisdom of the elders. Mary, you've worked hard to keep yourself. I have young men come and asking me sometime this, and I would always tell them, marry a woman without luggage. Don't marry the dump truck. Just because she look good and she comes with a lot of problems and issues, that's not your job to take care of those issues. Your parents worked hard to rear you up to marry a young lady from a good family with structure. Does not mean that we can't forgive as a nation and all of that, but it's not our job to bring together broken families and stuff like that again in every situation if it's going to continue the curses. If there's a good young man, we should marry him into a good young family so that we can build the kingdom of heaven the way it was intended from the beginning, like the way that Isaac them did it in the past. He was an older man marrying a younger woman. I'm not telling you, it's not my job to tell you the age gap. That's for families, that's for the elders to decide. Obviously, in today's age, we're not going to tell someone to do what they did in the Bible exactly like that long ago. Not in this day and age. We're not together in our kingdom of Israel. Families are not together like that in that instance. So that, get with your elders and deacons in your area about that part, and the fathers and the mothers and the families about that part. If a man is like, hey, I want your daughter, whatever, they can talk about that. And as long as the families and the elders agree, because we're going to go according to scripture and family anyway, that's fine. But understand what I'm saying, how important it is that a young man's job is not to take care of you because you made your mistakes. This is not a down on my woman. That does not mean a man is not going to marry you. But it's better if an older man who have already been through life, I'm just keeping it real, older 40s and 50s, take care of a woman who have had a lot of kids or kids to be a stepdad, because he's been through life to understand he ain't gonna take certain things. He knows what he's doing and how to control all of that. A young man is gonna go crazy. All young men can't do that. Some have successfully, but a lot have not. We are really messing up our nation and bringing us back into the old curses when we do that. Unfortunately, I know a lot of sisters are going to be upset with that, and they think like, well, I just made my mistakes. Why you can't forgive me? You have been forgiven. But it's not this young man's job who have had a clean life, who have worked hard to start off that way. So I was a man who did well, and I already knew by common sense, start fresh. But because I felt sorry for somebody who was my friend because of her situation, and no disrespect, I'm telling you from my mind frame what I was thinking. I felt sorry, and in the beginning I got with her for that. But I wanted to start fresh. Even before I knew the truth, I knew naturally I should start fresh. I knew don't get in baby mama drama. Don't do the child support. I knew don't get into the curses before the truth. When we leave from feelings of puppy love, boy, do you have a ride of life. Boy, do you have a ride of life. If you're courting a young lady and you guys are arguing, go ahead and tell your parents and the elders, don't do it. If you have to counsel before you get married, that's not the one for you. You should know already within that 6 months to a year if that person is for you. If you got to get counsel or arguing, no. Go ahead, cut it off. That person's not for you. And usually that's coming with young men with older women. Unfortunately, that's just the truth. Because that woman is already starting to get set in her ways and she needed an older man. I've been saying this a long time. So it's not that there's some exceptions, but that's very rare to see two good spirited people who may be like that. And then that's very rare. I'm gonna just be honest with you. A lot of people end up in councils years later because they started it off in fornication. Okay, years after years, we've been dealing with this. We're just trying to help the nation, guys. I'm telling you guys the truth. So we're going to be putting something out there, some certain structure from the elders. Okay, and you guys will understand why. Because in the scriptures, older men worked hard in life and had experience to know how to take care of younger women. A younger woman respects naturally an older man anyway. It's not, once again, you go to the elders for the age gap and all that. No one's telling anybody to be pedophiles here. Common sense. We don't roll like that. But a man doesn't reach his prime till his 40s. Young men, don't be in a rush. Establish yourself. Establish yourself. It takes time to mature and learn who you are. Most men, especially if you have a father, you're wondering in your mind, I don't even know what I want yet. Most men who didn't have their fathers go through that if they were raised by their moms. Their moms want them to get married. They think it's cute. They listen to the grandma and the auntie. No, don't listen to that. Listen to the scriptures and your elders. They're going to tell you, get a good job. If you can, start a business. Or if you're making enough money, cool. You don't want to have to go through those curses. That's not your job to take care of her luggage. I know some people be like, this ain't Captain Say. We ain't saying all that. That's negative. We're saying, it's not your job for that. You can start fresh. And a young woman who may be a virgin or who have kept herself, same thing for you. Don't, you don't have to get with somebody just because he's cute and money can't solve every problem. The man needs to, that's why I tell you, get in the Hebrew Academy. A man needs to understand his Bible. He needs to understand Bible. He needs to have life experience. Once you pass 25, too, as a woman, your time is starting to fall down of marriage. You don't want to look for a younger man out of desperation. He may not have it together. You want a man who you know you like to be controlled too, women. We're not talking about the Jezebels. They want to control. What they need is a woman. Because that's how they living anyway. They already the man, acting like the man. That's what they need is a woman. Because for whatever reason, the man tell them something they never trying to listen, you need to go live that worldly life. I'm trying to tell fathers out there, which most fathers already know, if they want their daughter to be taken care of so they can sleep at night, they're going to want them to be with an honorable, godly man that's known in the gates of Israel. Honorable man who he can count on. That's going to he's basically handing his daughter to another father figure who's going to teach her. You get what I'm saying? The same principles that he's taught after he have that conversation and get to know this man. With the agreement that they make to get his daughter. Young men, wait, be patient, establish yourself as a foundation. You want to try to have your own house, your own situation, your own car. I get some people from the old school, they work together and they get it done, but we talking about building the new generations. The older people, they figure it out, we get it. But you still want to get counsel so you don't get with nobody crazy and the next thing you know, Elder, he beating on me, or Elder, she don't want. No, get counsel. Take your time. Even older people. We don't want to hear no advice from no unsuccessful relationships either. We can hear wisdom from older women and men, but if you have not been successful, we need to hear advice from the elders or who they may say, hey, this couple has been very successful. We need to hear from them. Because you ask a lot of people, did your mother and father have a successful relationship? Nope. How many times do we hear nope in Israel? Listen, guys, this is so serious, man. The Most High is looking at us to raise new souls upright. It's not saying that older women is too late that they can't get married. No, but we have to tell the pure to keep it pure. They've worked for that. Their families have worked for that. Why would their family work hard and say, okay, go take care of this person from their mistakes? You have already been forgiven for your mistakes. There's nothing wrong with that, my sister. You are being forgiven. We all have made mistakes. Let's put that out there. This is no condescending or looking down on you, my sister. There still possibly may be a man out there, but your main goal and objective as single men and women is to get into the kingdom. Seek ye first the kingdom before you seek marriage. See? There's some things that some of us have learned late. It's all good. We made our mistakes. But I know when I came, I'm like, listen, I'm seeking the kingdom. I'm not thinking about this or that. But if you feel like, hey, it's getting to that time, I might, pray for that. Put yourself in a certain position and work to be the man. Because if a woman maintaining her husband, she's going to be full of blame and reproach because she's being the man. And this is why we're saying, get with you a younger woman so she can look up to you. You don't want to marry mama. You're not marrying a woman to take care of you. That's weak. You are supposed to lead the household. That's how the Most High made the image. I had to put that out there to take back control of our nation and our community. Okay, we all didn't know it and learn. It's okay. This is serious, though. This is a serious thing, guys. You're going to ruin your life. You get with somebody who's talking back and arguing. Because, see, the Most High already gave man dominion. The only person really who's arguing is the woman. Adam was by himself. It wasn't nobody around. The Most High said, you got control over everything. When Eve came out, what's she arguing about? He got all the rule. She supposed to just be following what he say. You better read 1 Corinthians 11. It's not that they can't, reason and do all this, but that's supposed to be understood from the start. When you come out, I need you to do this. I need you to do that. I understand what you're saying, but I still need you to do this. Straight out. We have to come back and accept the origin and the order of how it was in the beginning, which is why Christ told them there was no divorce in the beginning. You can say what you want about Moses and be a Pharisee and try to find scriptures to justify what you're trying to do, but check it out. He brought it all the way back to the beginning. In the beginning, it was not so. Let's go back to Adam and Eve time. There was man, the woman was taken from him. That was the order. Can you place yourselves back in the order? Everything's going to work out just fine. If you can't do it, you're just not humble. And that's why the scripture says everybody will not be able to do this. Christ said that. Everybody won't be able to do this. This is only for those who will be able to do it or who can hear and understand that. He said that when he was talking to the Pharisees. So we're not even worried about everybody making the right choice. We know that everybody's not going to do it. We only worry about those who seek the kingdom. Hope that helped you guys. Take back what you have control and power over. Don't ruin your life. Because I sure don't want my son, just because some girl's cute and because she had a few mistakes, he's not going to judge her. But I'm like, no, son, I need you to marry into this good family. I know this family, and those genetics in that family and those spirits in that family, when you have a child with this young lady, it's going to come through your baby. And we're going to build legacy. We're not going to make the same mistakes that our parents made. And it's no judging or condescending on anybody when I'm saying that. We all have made mistakes. But it's up to us older elders, men and women, to face the reality of the facts. If your daughter has a baby and you know she made a mistake, don't look down on her. She could still be a good, virtuous woman. But in all reality, you need to be praying for her to focus on the kingdom. And if she does whatever she needs to do right, maybe an older gentleman who's already established who can't find a wife will take that. And we can still build the kingdom with that. Face reality or face the devil. It's left or right, white or black, right or wrong. We need to come back and restore origin of how the Most High created his image. Straight out. If a man has stepchildren in the house and they don't want to listen, they got to go. That's not his job. He don't have to take care of them. That was never his job. It's just the facts. You need to set that straight before you marry. If y'all are not my kids, but if you want to be my kids, if you're an older gentleman, this is this. Don't bite the hand that feeds you, or else. Straight up. No feelings in it at all. Because in the law, when people acted up, guess what? You got judged. So if a man's providing for you and you're trying to talk back and listen, no, go back to your father. I'm going to bring it all the way back to the old thing. Also, if it works out to where back in the days a woman, the marriage did not work out with her man, she would go back to her father. But these days, fathers is not in the truth. So they like, listen, I can't take care of these children and you. Listen, do y'all understand how broken we are? We better make sure that we try to do this thing right. I'm asking most of y'all women, is your father, if something go bad with you and your marriage, willing to take you and all your children in? I doubt that. So tell him if he ain't trying to get in his truth and understand what this Bible is about, you might want to keep his opinion to himself if he ain't willing to do that. He gonna tell you, shit, you better stay with that man. Straight up. I'm an old soul. I was around old school. Okay? This is, you leave your opinions out of it. This is facts of how we're going to heal our nation. So a lot of women like, he got to have this, he got to have that. You came with all of this luggage. You are blessed. I'm not going to say you're lucky, but you are blessed that a man came in and took you off your feet. You better be blessed. And see, we not humble enough. We think he's supposed to do this. Yeah, after you listen, there's a blank virgin ground. There's a stick that goes into it. And that's how it was supposed to be in the beginning. It's supposed to be formed to one stick. If you take it out and you put a bigger stick in there, you mess it up. If you put a smaller stick in there, you mess it up. Women were supposed to be only formed by one man in the beginning. They were not supposed to have conversations about how big a man is, all this stuff. No, you would know none of that. If you was to be living according to the laws, you would only have known that one. And you were made to be formed as one, only by that one man. So the conversations of that worldly stuff, of making men feel bad and all this, listen, your womb was made to only form the one thing anyway. You would have known these thoughts. We are a nation of fornicators. So it's our time to restore back the way it's supposed to be. You shouldn't have to say, well, I got to see how he working before we marry. No, you're a fornicator. You're a harlot. Straight out. You better hit that like button tonight. I'm going to be on here for a little bit longer. We going in. It's another lesson that's going to go down in history because our people don't want to face reality. We are here to help you. I'm not here to look down on y'all, but I'm here to tell you, take back control of what you have power. We have power to fix our community, but do we really want to? Do we really want to? We don't want to face the facts that, listen, I know a lot of y'all, if I say, listen, woman, if you get together with a man, you have an option to restore something. The man had the children, just like when Abraham came to visit Ishmael. And he said, get rid of this old nail. What did Ishmael do? He took his kids because she was cursing, didn't want to take care of the kids and all of that. He took his kids because he made those kids. They came from him. Just like the woman came from man, those kids came from him. I bet you a lot of women of you have been so brainwashed that if your husband said, listen, well, this is what I need you to do. Because usually when it comes to marriage, it's two sides to a story. It's not only the women's side. The women's usually saying the man did this because of how the feminism movement went. And then you come to find out later, hold up, this man was actually a good man. Okay, sister, you're a good sister, but this is what I'm going to need you to do. You can still have a relationship with your kids, but this is actually a good man. I want to talk to this man before we get together, whatever the case may be, me and my elders. And is it possible that you can at least let the children go to him, 3 to 5 times out of the week, and then he can come to you at least 2 times out of the week? Why? Because he wants his children. That's his child. And when a man is it's already statistics. When a man is in the children's life, daughter or son, they don't end up in prison. And our community and the curses don't come. This is not, we're not ready for this, but that's my baby. It's still going to be your baby. But at the end of the day, that's his baby. You're trying to take on now homeschooling or taking him to school, finding a daycare. You have to work. You see what I'm saying? The government that pimped you, he didn't mess your whole mind up. When all you had to do was live your good life, start over, restore, restoration, give him his kids back. You can still have a relationship with your children too. Y'all can still work it out like mature parents. That's how you build family, restoration. Give him his children, and he's probably going to be happy. Like, thank you, sis, man. What got into you? Oh, man, you marrying a good husband. I can respect that man for allowing this woman to give me back my children. Restoration. You took the tree out of the hole of the fertile ground. Just put it back. Put it back. We're not ready to hear the full truth. See? That man needs to be raised by his father. And usually daughters who didn't have a father, they suffer more than raised by a mother. Trust me, a lot of daughters be talking back to their mama because their mama done been through all type of stuff. But when they feel that protection from the father, they now know how to be with a man. The father's hugging her, how you doing, baby? Yes, the mom needs to come and make sure for a time she's with her mother so she can be reared up through the time of the month and all these certain things. Of course. That's why I said you have to still co-parent to a certain degree. But you need to, if our women tried this instead of what the government said, basically, well, shoot, we didn't work out, but like I'm talking about back in the world. Most of the women would have given the children to the man, I bet you that man would have said, hey, baby, can we make this work? Because the man wouldn't want to do it, have done it alone. Trust me when I say that. Now he got to work and take out. That would have forced us to stay together like Christ said. But we listened to the government and got played because we was getting some child support and getting some income tax because you got children. Y'all think we don't know the game? We know the games. That's the devil. If you would have given that man that responsibility, most lazy men or most men in general have been like, baby, how can we make this work? Because a daddy dang sure don't want to take, after the relationship didn't work, the daughter back with the children. He's like, hey, you need to go back to that man. I've heard it in real life. You need to get them kids back to their daddy. You can go be with that man, get them kids back to their daddy. Go visit them from time to time. Y'all, listen, y'all don't understand restoration, how men really think, the nature of men. No man wants to have to take care of another woman's child. He'll do it, but he don't want to have to. It's not even like really nature like that. The heir comes from that man. He takes care of them, and that's another soul he's going to help get in the kingdom. And some of us have stepchildren, all that, whatever, and then we treat them like our real children. But what I'm saying is, it's time for us to take control back of our nation and do it back the right way from the beginning. Only certain people going to hear this. These are the people of the kingdom that can truly accept Christ. This is nation building. It's not for the women who have still been brainwashed, and we pray for them. Oh, that's my baby. That's still your baby. It will always be your baby. But it's time for you to be happy since you said this man did all of this. Well, what you take the children? Put that on him. You done took the children. He did all of this and you still complaining about it. If you got the children, what you complaining for? See? You should have gave him the children and you could have got your little new love life, your new boo or whatever you want to call them. Visit, how y'all doing? That's a real woman. Because I can tell you, my mom raised me and I love my mom and she did the best. She did a great job. But I told her as a man, I would have rather, and I just don't take nothing away from you, I would have rather seen how it was to be raised by my own father. And she thought about it like with some of my brothers, she's like, man, you know what? It would have, because when you get older, you don't want to be whipping kids later. It would have been good for them to go to their fathers. So a lot of us learn later what we should have done in our communities would have been a lot better. Because all the men is out here with feminist ways of emotions and ready to fight and kill one another because we was raised by women. Listen, who gonna admit to the real? You don't really want to be real. Because I talk to women, yes, and I'm raising my children alone. Did you try to give them to the father? Did you try to do restoration? And then now you can go be happy and you don't have to stress about, girl, it was so hard to raise these kids. I had to go cry in the closet and do this sometimes. You should have gave them back to the daddy because men can take pain better than women. They can deal with stuff like that. They can deal with heavy burdens. Women can't really deal with that. They stress out. And some of them, that's why you got songs like Brenda's Got a Baby and things like that. Because I didn't get to live my life. I didn't get to live my life in my youth because you was worried about fornication. Maybe you came from a bad background with a broken family. So this is why it's time now. Don't do the same things we've been doing. Take back control, guys. Don't you know you ain't right for allowing this new young man of Israel to try to do that just because your daughter made a mistake. If your daughter made a mistake, it's okay. It don't mean her time is over. But we rather her get in the kingdom than mess up another man's life. And then we're not saying she's going to mess it up, but let's try to do it right the first time. We already done made the mistakes for our children. So, all right. Women, don't take on little boys with no purpose or plan. Ecclesiasticus 25 and 22. Okay? That's what that scripture is. A woman who maintains her husband. She's basically taking care of a little boy. And she's not going to necessarily be attracted to that after a while. She's going to look to other men who naturally have dominance and power. That's just nature. Nature tells you that. Don't spoil your kids. Let's go to this video. Boy, I told you I was going to be on here. I'm tired, but I'm going through it tonight. I don't care. This lesson is going down in history for my people. Okay? Let me find it really quick. Father, have mercy. Me to late dinner, but it's okay. Let me see. Is this it here? Check this out.
Guys,
don't spoil your kids. Fair use.
This is your car, girl.
I didn't want a Tesla. I don't like electric cars.
Wait, what?
For a Mercedes Benz. I don't like Tesla.
You said you like the electric cars.
I said I like Tesla. I said a Mercedes Benz. I don't like Tesla.
Well, you gotta like. This is better than a Mercedes Benz.
This is not. I don't want no car that if I gotta charge it for it to work. I didn't want that.
Girl, you need to be grateful that you got a damn car.
I could have just been walking it. I would rather walk it.
Right. You should be happy.
Be grateful. You can put the keys back in your purse.
Oh, and I will. And don't ask me for nothing else. Oh, you're gonna be happy with that money.
Fair use.
Girl, open it up and stop being ungrateful, because now you starting to be ungrateful where you ain't got to worry about me ever again.
I said I wanted a Tesla. I always told you I wanted a pink Mercedes Benz.
Okay, well, I couldn't get the Mercedes Benz, so you got that.
This is all you gave me for my Sweet 16 and my golden.
Girl, do you know how much money that is? That's $1,600 for 16.
That's it for my Sweet 16 and my golden birthday?
Well, what did you want?
And then you gave me the truck.
This is the car. It's not the truck. This is the car one. You guys, look.
You can have all your gifts back, because why would you do this? This is my Sweet 16 and my golden birthday, and you gave me a car I didn't even want, and then you gave me little money.
You was being really, really ungrateful.
You can give this to your mom. Yay!
This is ridiculous. Deasia, get back over here, and I'm not playing.
Here you go.
So you really don't want this Tesla?
I don't like that. Electric cars, I don't want to have to charge my car to get on it. You could have kept your gifts and all that.
I'll take it back while I give it to somebody that want it.
Like, I did not ask for it.
Is you serious?
Worst birthday ever. Like,
how was this your worst birthday?
Because I didn't ask for it.
Did she just? You guys, I am so sorry, and honestly, I'm embarrassed. I actually thought she would be happy. She did say she wanted a Mercedes Benz, but I couldn't get her a pink one, so she always be like, oh, Teslas are nice, so I got her a Tesla. Okay. Well, you guys.
I need some of this good old chocolate. I mean my dinner lace. I eat a little chocolate. Let me tell you. Chocolate help your mood, especially that real dark chocolate. Like Concierge Chocolate by Mr. Richard Evans. Know what I'm talking about? Boy, don't spoil your children. See what happens when you spoil your children? Should we listen to the scriptures, or should we listen to this world? The wisdom of this world is foolishness unto the Most High. See? I'm going in tonight. I'm going in tonight. See? Okay. This lesson is like how I told you guys with gardening. If you have probiotics in your garden, and how every year the yield keeps getting more and more, it's gonna keep resonating in your head. Like, oh my goodness, the Holy Spirit dropped that in there. Oh yeah. I ain't never think about it like that. Don't think about what Elder saying. Think about the Holy Spirit, how it uses us all as one to build our nation. Think about that. So, don't spoil your kids. Let's go to Sirach 7:23. I don't know if Elder Dale is still with me, but I'm going to put the scripture out there because I know it's late for you guys. Go to Sirach 7:23. I'm going to read this one from the Bible. All right. Sirach 7:23 says, "Hast thou children? Instruct them and bow down their neck from their youth. Hast thou daughters? have a care of their body, and show not thyself children toward them. Marry thy daughter, and so shalt thou have performed a weighty matter. So you want to marry your daughter, hopefully between 18 and 25. After that, it's getting a little risky. I'm not saying it. We done came out of the curses. So we're not talking about every situation is bad. But in all reality, according to life, 18 to 25. If she comes from a structured family with stability of mother and father. Okay? Hast thou a wife after thy mind? Okay, not that one. Let's jump down to verse 27. Honor thy father with thy whole heart, and forget not the sorrows of thy mother. Remember that thou wast begotten of them, and how canst thou recompense or pay back the things that they have done for thee? Fear the Lord with all thy soul, and reverence his priest. So you have to reverence your elders, reverence your parents. Okay? Love him that made thee with all thy strength, and forsake not his ministers. Fear the Lord and honor the priest, and give him his portion as it is commanded. So we're going to jump to Ecclesiasticus 8 and 9. No. And 8. 8 and 8. Ecclesiasticus 8 and 8. Despise not the discourse of the wise, but acquaint thyself with their proverbs. For of them thou shalt learn instruction, and how to serve great men with ease. Miss not the discourse of the elders, for they also learned of their fathers, and of them that thou shalt learn understanding, and to give answer as need required. So all we're saying is, us young men have learned from our elders in this church. We have learned from our parents. Older men have learned life and experience. Those of us who don't have it, let it fill in the blanks. Please, so we can build the kingdom of heaven. We are one. You understand what I'm saying? So let's go to so taking back control of our children. We talked about being able to homeschool them and paying more attention to their discipline. We have control over that. We have control of we went over the control of our diet. Okay. Of how we should deal with marriage and how we should, you understand, all the different situations when it comes to marriage and the levels of that. Buying property or land or investments, right? We talked about finances, how we should dress and how we should eat. Let us talk about really quick something that we all need to make it through, that our people have all done, because we would either be working certain jobs to where we were not having necessarily office jobs, where we all had to get outside and get that vitamin D and that sun, which we are lacking sometimes due to the climate change. Due to climate change and weather modification and different things like that, right? So, exercise. Get out and do something. Everybody's not going to be a bodybuilder, but at least for your heart's sake and your organ's sake, and your overall immune system, keep yourself working. Everyone's going to get an everlasting body. So let us not use an excuse, though, that we can't get healthy or better for our significant others. Deprive not one another from certain wants of each other. If you got together a certain way, guess what? Work together. My workout partner is my wife, and we enjoy it. You got some women who will work out with their husband, like, I got it. Don't tell me what to do. Let me tell you, he won't even want to work out with you no more. Now you worry about, now you mad that he's wanting to work out only with the homies. Now you mad. Because every time he's trying to help you, I got it, So that's telling you her mind is somewhere else. She's trying to rule over you. And you're trying to help your investment of your woman, your creation, your person who you're supposed to be molding as clay. See? Me and my wife and best friends, we enjoy working out, building one another up, motivating each other. See? And I do work out with the fellas too. But you listen, exercise will keep us going. So I'm going to show you something so none of you have an excuse. A lot of people have excuses and don't want to face. Israel wants to blame everyone else. Oh, they doing this to us. They putting this in our food. They doing this. They did this to the Israelites, and the reason we can't, we getting the estrogen because they put the microwave. Well, you got control of all of this stuff. Your own diet, the stuff you can make at home, just like the Jewish people. You can pick what you buy. You can plant your own things. Why are we constantly murmuring and complaining when we have control over certain things in our lives? So, and some people are like, well, I'm too old. See, when young buck, when you get my age, you get that pot belly. Let me tell you, I will never believe in that. Ever. I'm going to just tell you right now. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with you or your pot belly. See, I don't judge my people. I don't judge a person because they're obese. I put things out there to help people, and we all can get better from whatever trials and tribulations or whatever curses we've been through. I don't care. I will not lose any sleep at night for any of you. I promise you. Of beef or you saying what you want to say about me, you can't hurt my feelings. I came into this world with nothing, and I'm just a simple man being used by the Holy Spirit. They spat on Christ. They did whatever they did. So you think he was worried either? No. But I'm going to tell the truth because the truth is what sets us free. I'm not going to be behind the bush. I'm going to do it with respect and try to be gentle as possible. But obviously, our people don't change from telling them what they want to hear in the Christian church. So if we need to change, if the shoe fits it, let's change. We all can get better. So anyway, I am not going to believe in the thing that you get my age, you get the pot belly, how our uncles and stuff be saying. No, I used to just laugh at that out of respect. All right, uncle, all right. Not me, though. Now, if you get injured or you can't walk or something like that, hey, that's what happens. You can only do what you can. But those are little situations for some people who may be paralyzed or can't do certain things. We're not talking about that. We're talking about able bodies who can help the work. So, because these people, they can't help the work in that way, but they can help the work in ways of thinking and whatever they can do, right? But I've even seen people who have their whole torso cut off only with arms, boxing and doing all that. They're not making any excuses. When I injured my Achilles, I was still going downstairs with crutches, lifting 315 pounds on incline, not giving up. Straight out. I was still going in the garden with my kids, doing whatever I could do on crutches and a cast for almost a year. Straight up. So, listen, it's just certain people who's going to get this, who have ears to hear, and certain who's not. Get outside. Get some sunlight. Plant. Deal with the animals. They're going to put you, the animals going to put you to work. Okay? So let's go to, really quick though, Joshua 14:10. To give you an example that even if you're old, even whatever level you're at, it's not too late for you if you have the ability. Joshua 14:10. And now, behold, the Lord had kept me alive, as he said, these 45 years of people wandering through the wilderness when we came out of Egypt. Even since the Lord spake this word unto Moses, while the children of Israel wandered in the wilderness. And now, so that's why Caleb and Joshua was one of the people to make it in with everybody who was like, 20 and down and stuff like that. So it was only a few people who would listen. Caleb was one of them. I named my son Caleb for this reason when I was reading one day. Because I knew my mindset related to this. I'm like, I grew up around older men who stayed in shape and who didn't make excuses. I've always grown up around disciplined people. So, it said in the wilderness, and now lo, I am this day 85 years old. So he's 85 years old. As yet, I am as strong this day as I was in the day that Moses sent me. As my strength was then, even so is my strength now. For war, both to go out and to come in. This is the man that I know. Straight out. You know, I used to work out with some of the elders and still older. Listen, still strong. I came back working out with a man who's 67 years old, bigger than me, and I was trying to keep up with him. He was still hitting 315, almost 400 pounds on the bench. Right? I'm friends with a man called Craig Munson, one of the most famous bodybuilders in the world, who was better than Arnold Schwarzenegger. Arnold Schwarzenegger didn't even want to take pictures with him. He used to tell him, don't pose when they took pictures. Okay? And he can hit 315 pounds on the bench for 50 reps, 4 times, 4 sets. And guess how old he was? He was over 50 years old. Not many young bucks can do that. Okay, and he was back arming 315 pounds. And he can also curl 315 pounds. You talking about older men. It ain't gonna ever be many people, so it's gonna always be somebody above average. Caleb was above average, obviously. But he had faith and he feared the Most High and he had humility, right? And a lot of things what you young guys want to remember, pace yourself. You think you just go in there and lift heavy and you're going to end up hurting yourself and not be able to last. You can only lift heavy for so long. You can only squat 500 pounds for so long. After a time, you start to pace yourself and say, hey, I can still hit it, but I don't really touch it like that because you want to keep your joints. Your muscles can take things, but your joints can't take everything. So you got to know how to be consistent and wise to use it for a reason. You're not going to war every day. Some of you practice fighting every day and you're spiritually fighting every day. You act like as if you finna go to war tomorrow. There's nothing wrong with that if you just got extra time, but really we spiritually fighting every day. It's like some of you guys is over, unless you are in security. I mean, now we all need to know how to hold ourselves down and skills for our family. I'm not talking about that. We definitely should practice that from time to time. But some of you is acting like you ain't even, you might as well join getting boxing or the MMA or something. You practicing that much to show off. A lot of you put karate and stuff on there and get your tail straight knocked out here on social media. Oh man, it's good to practice martial arts. And then you go out there like a clown and get your tail whipped by Esau somewhere. So we got to stop being the social media image of an Israelite to try to get women and views, when in all reality your butt can't bust a grape. Straight out. It's a whole lot of men out there like that. They get these little Abercrombie and Fitch bodies, until they see somebody 250, and they like, man, this dude don't even work out. He hit him one time with just the arm part, and they just hit the floor. Because a lot of brothers, they get this superhero image of Israelites trying to be Goku, all this BS. Let me tell you, and they don't know what real life is about. They never been to war, haven't even been in a fight. They got their little cute dreads and, you know what I mean, trying to show off that I'm an Israelite. I like the confidence that you're an Israelite, but don't forget reality, brother. Reality is reality. You can have a sloppy dude knock your tail after eating a greasy piece of chicken wing from Popeyes. So the social media thing is cool and all that, but we have to start to face reality. You have not really been to war. So stop showing off. It's not about showing off. And some simple as the day is old women. That's why the scriptures tell us that these men come into houses and take silly women captive. Because silly women like, oh, he's cute, girl. You seen this little... Listen, girl, if you don't know, we know this brother. We worked out. This brother can't even lift 135. Straight out. He talking about, well, we only do calisthenics. We don't lift them weights. Yeah, because he can't lift them. That's why. Until you see a Judah gorilla, then you gonna realize something. Okay? So it's a difference when you got Scar and then you got the alpha male lions rolling around. Okay, so this little thing of showing off of being a image of an Israelite on social media is fake. You see, I know y'all do. I'm not hating on y'all doing what y'all gotta do to get y'all views, but listen, this is the real life here. So I'm telling sisters, stop getting fooled by a real man. A real man works hard. He goes to work. He may have a business. He's learning that Bible. He has structure. And I'm going to tell you, 9 times out of 10, he'll be able to knock a cat on his butt before that little cute dude you talking about on YouTube. Straight out. I'm being straight out with you. He ain't afraid to get some oil or some dust on his hands. This other dude is all day. Oh, yeah, girl, his dread's getting done every 3 days. You see? So y'all see me fresh, but y'all also see me on my videos when I'm going out there putting in work. See what I'm saying? So I'm just telling you, you can have cats talking all of that until they go to one of them construction workers, and them construction workers be strong. And you shake their hand and you be like, dang, this dude is strong. But he's putting in work like a man. So let me tell you, this dude ain't got no callus on his hand. So be careful. You understand what I'm saying? Straight out. And I'm finna show you a video for motivation really quick so you won't have an excuse. Older men and older women. It's not too late for you guys. Okay? Let me find this really quick because I've seen this gentleman twice. And yeah, 1 second here.
Hey, check it out. Yo. Here, bro. I'm at level 1 fitness. Bro, let me. This man is 92. How old are you, bro? 92. October 8th. My man is not. Oh, you October? October 8th. I'm October 2, baby. Mine October 8th. October 17th. Libra game, baby. You know how it is, man. My man, 92 years old, bro. Hey, let me tell you. Look. He looking at me like I'm doing well. That's motivation right there because I'm trying to be like him. I'm trying to be like him when I get older. Let's get it, man. Motivation, bro.
See? Let me tell you. You got some people out there with the mindset of the faith. They probably don't know the scriptures yet, but some of them still got that faith. Like, listen, I'm going to take care of what the Most High gave me. I'm going to take care of this temple. This dude is 92 years old. Let me tell you something about this 92-year-old. This 92-year-old is hitting 315 pounds for reps. He's outdoing this big dude. He's hitting 315 pounds where young guys who play football and all of that wouldn't stand a chance. You got some people out there who just from a different... Listen, we got to get ourselves back together. We have a lot of work to do. I'm not telling everybody got to go out there and lift 315 pounds and injure themselves. And they're like, I ain't tell you to do nothing. You got to work up to it. You don't have to lift 115 pounds. You can lift 135. You can lift 100 pounds. You can lift a barrel in the garden. You can lift some dirt. Get to work. Keep you guys self-healthy. That's just motivation to show people who always make excuses. There's no excuses. This dude's 92 years old, and I promise you, for facts, he's outdoing most young people in the gym at 92. And he's confident with it, too. Just like Caleb was. He's like, Caleb was, there's nothing wrong with having that type of confidence. Of course, as long as it's in the Most High. I'm going to show you a sister now. Okay? 85. Hold on, let's get this ad off of here. Fair use. Fair use. Hold up. Sound.
Guess what? I still got it.
Still got it, indeed. This octogenarian athlete refuses to let anything stop her.
Look at mama.
My mantra is determined, dedicated, disciplined to be fit. To get out and exercise, I don't let anything get in the way.
Ernestine's
journey. Hold up. What'd she say? I don't let anything get in the way. Where's your mindset? This is something you have control over. She didn't say, well, there's a lion outside. It's cold outside. She got up and was about her business. See?
Started when she was 56 years old with a promise to her sister Velvet shortly before she passed away.
She held her head up and said, I want you to promise me
fair use
that you will continue to help others to live a positive, confident lifestyle.
So,
all right. Well, we're gonna stop it there. Now, I'm not telling y'all, sisters, just because you work out, start wearing something your husband don't approve of. But I'm eating the meat and spit out the bones. I'm proud of my sister. See, I am proud of my sisters because sometimes sisters get on Instagram, as you know, they gotta have the hip picture, look at me now type picture. Nah, your husband will be like, hey, look at nothing. You better get in his house. Straight up. That's for me. He talking about, right? Let's get that right now. Got one more to show you. 99 years old woman. 99. No excuses. Fair usage. 99 years old. Had to show the Gentiles. Y'all can do it too. Come on. See? She getting money. Look. Take back control. Take back control. Take back control. See? No excuses. Get outside. That little thing she picking up ain't no different than you picking up the things in the garden, whatever the case may be. Hey, let's go. Okay, we almost done here. So I'm gonna leave y'all a few scriptures to look up. So let me see here. Where am I? Okay, what will it take? We're gonna just go through a few scriptures. Let's go to just James really quick, 2 and 2. I'm not gonna go through the whole thing. We're not begging for no 40 acres and no mule. We building the kingdom of Christ now. James 2 and 2. Cause I'm tired, boy. I'm not gonna lie. I probably can't work out tonight. I'm joking. I'm gonna hit a quick little pump, and then tomorrow I'm gonna go hard. Because once your body get in rest mode, you don't want to work out too late. So, okay. James 2 and 2. If a brother or sister be naked and destitute of daily food, and one of you say unto them, depart in peace, be ye warmed and filled, without giving them those things which are needful to the body, what do it profit? Even so faith, it had not works, is dead being alone. Yea, man may say, thou hast faith, and I have works. But hey, show me thy faith apart from thy works, and I will show thee my faith by my works. What do we say today, modern day? We ain't about that talking. That's how we say it. We ain't about that. We didn't learn English and grammar in school, but this is what we say in our neighborhoods. We ain't about that talking. Okay? We don't want to say it the Esau way because it don't resonate the same. We are not about all of that talking. It's not going to resonate the same. Okay? So let's go to Ecclesiastes 7 and 12 really quick. Got to speed through them now. Woo! We listen, we in the clutch time. We're in clutch time. For wisdom is a defense, and money is a defense. But excellency of knowledge is that wisdom giveth life to them that have it. So men and women, money does not solve everything. You also need wisdom. But also money is a defense, meaning it is a tool to be used to help you to better you and your families, to build legacy for you and your families. It's very important to build for generations to come. We need to be handing down inheritance to our children. That's our goal. Okay, we're also building a kingdom in heaven as well. But until we're there, let's work and build the kingdom starting now, as Christ said. We're going to go through this quick. Ecclesiastes 23 and 5 really quick. We about to be done now. I'm just going through these few scriptures, and I'm not going to read the whole thing. I'm going to do the highlights, and I want you guys to go through them more on your own. Okay. Ecclesiastes 23 and 5 through 14. Because I'm getting tired now. Sorry about that. I got to go get me some food and some rest. But boy, we got some more good things coming though. But tonight, I had to bring this here. And mostly we want to bring businesses on here only that's with the G.O.C.C network though. So, and even with that being said, we have lineups and things like that. So we can't just include everybody in it every time. So I told you I'll come find you. You understand. Just let you guys know. We see your works out there, okay? Just because we didn't come for you don't mean we're not looking at you or didn't see you, okay? All right. Because of music, that's a hard one. That's really oversaturated. But it's a lot of talent out there. We'll get to it when we get to it. Right? So many beautiful talents out there. When I say oversaturated, not in a negative way. It's just a lot to choose from in that thing, you know. Chapter 23, verse 5. O Lord, Father and God of my life, give me not a proud look, but turn away from thy servants always a haughty mind. Turn away me from vain hopes of concupiscence, meaning strong sexual lust, and thou shalt hold him up that his desire is always to serve thee. Let not the greediness of the belly, nor the lust of the flesh take hold of me, and give not over me thy servant into an impudent mind. Okay, that means not showing respect. Okay, hear, O children, discipline of the mouth. He that keepeth it shall never be taken in his lips. So that means we all have to learn to respect our mouths, our manners, whatever image we're in, whether it's children to our parents, to our elders, teaching your children that, whether it's women to your husbands, whether it's, body members to their leaders. Let us all reverence and we're servants of one another in Christ. Where we going? We're going to jump to verse 14. Remember thy father and thy mother when thou sittest among great men. So young men in this truth, a lot of times, they speak at the wrong time. They don't understand timing, and they try to level themselves among the elders. That's why it says, remember thy father and thy mother when thou sittest among great men. Okay, be not forgetful before them, and so thou by thy custom become a fool, and wish that thou hadst not been born and cursed the day of thy nativity. So these are some manners that we can take control of. We can take control and take back these things. Okay? All right. Let's jump to Ecclesiasticus 36 and 20. We're almost done here. We have one or two more scriptures after this. I'm just being brief with it. Ecclesiasticus 36 and 20. Thank you, Elder Dale, for chipping in and standing there with me, man. This is a long one, but I had to bring it all the way through and not cut it short for those who are going to come and watch later and be able to study it. Ecclesiasticus 36 and 20. This is just for you understand. Yeah. So, a forward heart causeth heaviness, but a man of experience will recompense him. So, an evil mind will cause heaviness and stress. So you have some men who, these are things we can take control back our manners, guys. This is why I'm putting this out there. Who try to prick or provoke other men in the body. And they know what they're doing, but because we're in Christ, they forget that some men in Christ or women have not made it there yet. And when you provoke certain people and you provoke them to a point where they're trying to do better, as we read in the beginning, where a man's trying to turn from sin and he's have not made it there yet. This is what I'm trying to tell you guys you need to be careful about. If this person, because the scriptures tell us, lay hands on no man suddenly. But if this person ends up, you provoke them to violence, the Most High, even though that person's wrong, may even take their side. So if you provoking a dude, bullying somebody in the truth just because they're not supposed to lay hands on you, which we're not. None of us should be laying hands or thinking about that to our brother, or we're no different in the world. Paul said, how can we call ourselves spiritual if we are yet carnal, doing carnal things? But some people are so childish, and some men and women in this truth, they try to provoke people in the body, guys. And a brother end up, unfortunately, or sister end up smacking the crap out of you. And because a lot of people have been spoiled, have never been in a fight, have never been through war in life, and then somebody smacked the taste out of your mouth. And this person, but you know what you did to that person, man. You were being like Ishmael against Isaac. But you don't want to tell your side of the story. Right? I give this story that, and I'm not going to put names out there because these people probably don't know. They're not with the body no more, but that where a person flicked some food at another sister and she was very humble, but this sister is known for having hands back in the days. And how you going to flick some food on a sister in front of the people, in front of her husband, and then the sister end up putting their hands on the sister. And unfortunately, that's not things we want to see in this, but you got to know to do what the scripture says, to love your neighbor as you love yourself. So we need to have a little bit more manners. Just because a person does not put their hands on you, don't mean you got to know, you got to love all and respect all, because you may run across somebody who's not there yet, and they end up having you in a corner, and you're going to eat your words. So be careful, because we're not telling anybody this is what they should do. You should always go get counsel and seek counsel. But if there's an accident where you done got a new person or somebody who just you went too far, let me tell you, you're going to be like, man, well, why you ain't doing that person? Listen, you know what you did to provoke that person. And they just smack the taste out of your mouth because you just kept pushing them too far. So there's a time for everything. We never tell nobody to be Nehemiah or Christ when he went into the church and whipped nobody. But some people are so childish where they end up provoking a good brother or sister to wrath. And that is wrong, man. It's no different than you provoking a homeless man and you know he need money, but you like, here, give it. And you don't give it. And you playing around. And the Most High said, if that homeless man curses you, the Most High is going to hear his prayer through the clouds. So let us be careful in how we walk among the body is what I'm saying. Let us go to verse 22. The beauty of a woman cheereth the countenance, and a man loveth nothing better. If there be kindness, meekness, and comfort in her tongue, then is not her husband like other men. Because other men are frustrated and stressed out because their wives are talking back. You see what I'm saying? So be careful who you marry. That's why I told you, if it's in the courtship and you guys are already arguing, leave it alone. I'm just telling you like that. Leave it alone. Go find you somebody who has been reared up the correct way, who wants to serve the Most High, a virtuous woman. The Most High loves a beautiful, silent woman. It's not talking about women can't talk. Well, what you want me to say then? That's not what we're talking about. Obviously, he needs you to say something if you're going to be his helpmeet. Okay, let's not be childish here. He that getteth a wife, beginneth a possession and help like unto himself, and a pillar of rest. That's what getting a wife is supposed to be. Where no hedge is, there the possession is spoiled. And he that had no wife will wander up and down mourning. Who would trust a thief well appointed that skippeth from city to city? So these are the things we used to deal with in the world, where you have to worry about if somebody's trying to holler at your wife when she go to work and this and that. But don't be unequally yoked with unbelievers or people who ain't on certain levels with you if you're going to court them or try to get married, to where you don't have to worry about these things. You got a wife you can trust or a husband you can trust. Okay? Where do I want to go next? Lord have mercy. We want to go to Sirach 25 really quick. And 26, we're going to just pick some quick things out of there because we all know this one. We all know this one. Right? Sirach 25, chapter 25 really quick. I'm just going to read through a few things. Boy. We got it. We're almost there. We didn't made it to the end. Sirach 25 and 26. In three things I was beautified. Not 25 and 26. Sirach chapter 25 and 1. In three things I was beautified and stood up beautiful before God and men. The unity of the brother and the love of neighbors, and a man and a wife that agree together. If you agree, that's where the blessings come. If you don't agree, the Most High says, where two are gathered together, I am in the midst. If two come together and believe in something, whatever they bound on earth shall be bound in heaven. That's why your blessings ain't coming. You're not together. Now the devil can be in there. Okay? You got the devil in the middle, y'all. Because y'all done let him in the middle instead of staying cleaved to one another. Okay? Don't think, let me tell you, you get a divorce and think, sister, you're going to go get with another man, you're going to make it worse. You're trying it with another man. You're going to have another kid. More baby daddy and my baby mama drama. And you're going to keep trying that and hope that work. And then, man, you're going to go get with you another sister. They got different smells. They got different attitudes, all that. Different. Let me tell you. It's stress. I'm not going to say the song is cheaper to keep her. That's not what I'm saying. But we got to use wisdom in everything we do. We got to use wisdom in everything we do. I'm not saying it's cheaper to keep her. I'm saying let's just listen to Christ. We don't want to hear any woman's opinions or man's opinions. We want to use Christ. Okay? Where are we? Verse 8, 25 and 8. Well is him that dwelleth with a wife of understanding, and that had not slipped with his tongue, and that had not served a man more unworthy than himself. Verse 13. Give me any plague but the plague of the heart, and any wickedness but the wickedness of a woman, and any affliction but the affliction from them. Well, we'll leave it there. Verse 16. Let's jump there. We're just jumping around. I had rather dwell with a lion and a dragon than to keep the house with a wicked woman. So after you get in a relationship that you didn't have counsel over after some years, you need counsel from the elders. And I know this to be true through experience of life. So let me tell you, a man will sleep in a bathtub, a man will sleep in a closet, a man will go sleep at his homeboy house, then to hear the mouth if he come home and hear complaining. He's trying to tell his woman, I need you to clean up. I need you to do what we made the contract about. And you come home and she still ain't doing it. You coming home from work. She gonna be like, why you always come home complaining? Well, shoot, because you're not living up to your part of the contract. I mean, what you expect? He's working hard. He's trying to come home to a pillar of rest. The pillar is holding the house up. So you're supposed to be holding the house down. Well, I mean, a pillar of rest. You're supposed to hold the house together. You know what I mean? So be careful also when you're marrying your youth, starting to have all these babies as a young woman, because what's going to happen when you're a young woman, she wants to lay down and open the scissors, but then she'll say, all of a sudden now, she said she wanted to keep the contract and marry you. I didn't really get to know myself and live my life. See? I didn't get to do all the things I wanted to do. Well, you should have stayed with your daddy and your mama and did that before you got married. Straight out. But you wanted to lay down, though. You should have thought about that. So what I'm telling you guys is not to blame you. Let's start having a plan. Hey, should we have a baby the first year or two? Whatever wisdom you guys use, that's on your own. But understand, once they start popping out, a lot of situations where they supposed to be 2 years apart, and then it's like, dang, another one's coming, and I haven't even finished resting or healing my body. You see what I'm saying? So we've all been through these things in life and everything. So let us just start building a new generation differently. Okay? Because you got women who have children, and then they have sons and stuff. And when a new man come in the picture, if this child don't want to obey this stepdaddy, and you like, well, instead of us sending them back here, can my sons take him? No, that's not your son's job. You're going to put a burden on your son to bring a new curse? Now this young man is not going to know who he is. He needs to have a fresh start and a fresh life. You already know what y'all done been through. Don't put your responsibilities on your sons now. See? If you're in a divorce, it's time for you. You made the decisions to go and work hard to be able to take care of your children. Don't put your responsibility of your children on your other children who's older. It's not their job. It's their job to work as a family, but not to take over the whole situation. See, sometimes mothers do that too. See? Nah. You are bringing the curses back. It don't work that way. Give the children back to the daddy so he can rear them up. If it's possible. In every situation that may not be possible, you have a very sorry daddy who's on drugs or whatever the case may be. But if you can do it, have a talk with the father so he can take care of the children. Y'all can work something out. And before you get with another man, have a talk with that man and that man to see how they can work that out. Because usually dudes don't want no other dude whipping his children. Because I wouldn't. Straight out. So before I was to think about that with another man, let me give him his child back. Because you're going to be disciplined in my house. Straight out. Y'all got to talk and build. This is how we build. Listen, a real man wants to have power over his own children. If you separated from your wife, a real man be like, listen, I want my kids. I made them. They came from me into you, and you held them just like the earth holds fruit, but I am the root of it. You don't have to tell me to pay no child. I pay for my own children. I take care of my own children. That's a real man of the Most High. But you got these sisters who just think emotionally, and then later on, they cause more problems and damage mentally to themselves and their children instead of letting him take their responsibility as a man that most men want to take. Most men are like, man, I wanted my children. And then sometimes when you do that once again, it'll help them to say, hey, you know, why don't we just try to work this out? Because she gets lonely too, and he gets lonely too. We can restore things. That's why the scriptures tell you, before you just start a divorce, separate for a time so you can realize how much you really need each other, how much you miss each other, how better it is to not be alone, especially in the times we're in now, where you got to keep going, try things out, and you fornicating and you're injuring yourself and getting spirits. So now, y'all sisters who have children, you want to attach all of your spirits, even though you're forgiven after baptism. But I'm talking about in the world. You want to attach all of these spirits to this new man. That's not right. That's not right. It's not right at all. And vice versa to the men. You're bringing all of these spirits to this fresh sister. Soul ties, exactly. Let us restore and take back control of what we have. Let us be forgiven and get baptized. We made our mistakes. Let us work out what we can. But let us not put this pressure and these curses back on our children, guys. Don't do it. Don't, you know what I'm saying? It's things we can handle. That's all I'm saying. All right. Verse 17, the wickedness of a woman changeth her face, and darkeneth her countenance like sackcloth. Her husband shall sit among his neighbors, and when he hear this, shall sigh bitterly. When brothers see him coming around, they don't have to say, he don't have to say nothing. They already know. They give him a hug. It's gonna be all right, brother. Straight out. We know this woman is straight rolling on this dude in the crib. We know he's a patient man. He's trying his best, but it's like, listen, you married that. You gotta have to have some patience, brother. We gonna pray with you. You wanna go play some pool later? And hopefully she won't get mad if you go do that. You been gone all day and that. Lord have mercy. Woo. You just ain't gonna help me. Well, every time I try to help you, listen, it's so much that goes on with that type of woman. This is what we're reading about right here. Verse 19, all wickedness is but little to the wickedness of a woman. Let the portion of a sinner fall upon her. Because listen, a woman can say anything and anybody believe her, even if she's lying. All wickedness is but the wickedness of a woman. No one believes what the man says. That's why when you start to ask questions about the stories, did you want your children? Yes, I wanted my children. I tried to pay for my children. I tried to do this. When you really want to heal this nation, let's talk about restoration. You're talking about Esau giving us reparations. How about y'all sisters give back to the men what belong to the men? I bet you y'all never thought about that. Let's think about restoration. Call him up and say, man, would you have liked to really raise your son so he can make him a better man? So his daughter can see and get hugs from her father? He ain't gonna be all perfect, but that might help him be the better man. Maybe he wasn't a better man because of that. We don't know. At least, have we tried anything? Because the sisters always saying, they always blaming the man for everything. And we're not saying every situation was like that. But Elder, some man just sorry. We ain't talking about the sorry dudes. Let us not make excuse to make restorations. We want reparations. How about we restore certain things? Have you thought about, can you get back with your husband? But you just took the kids and dipped on them. We don't want to hit it real. We don't want to hit it real. And you got some honorable men out there as stepfathers. I honor these men and respect these men. It's not their job to do it, but they do it. These are real men. They don't have to do it, but they're doing it. And it's not wise in every situation, but these are good men out here. That means these men have mercy and grace and forgiveness of our nation to father another woman's mistakes and her children. I'm not saying the children are her mistakes, but you're saying like her just maybe coming from a broken home and not knowing how to choose a man, because it's just mistakes. It's no blame. This whole lesson was not about a blame. It's about restoration and what can we take control back and fix. That's all we're saying. No blame at all. We all went through the curses. All of our righteousness is filthy rags. But how can we fix the problem, guys? Okay? We don't want to go through this whole thing. You guys understand that. Let's go to, oh Lord, Ecclesiastes 26, really quick. And 1, 26 and 1. Blessed is the man that had a virtuous wife, for the number of his days shall be doubled. A virtuous woman rejoiceth her husband, and he shall fulfill the years of his life in peace. A good wife is a good portion, which shall be given in the portion of him that fear the Lord. I'm going to tell you right now, a lot of us went out there to pick the model chick when we were young. And let me tell you, that was the worst headache we could have ever had. And we learned about this thing that was all false. We got to get the one that got good hair. And she got to be light-skinned it. Yeah. All of this stuff. In Texas, they call them yellow bone. Or red bone or yellow bone. And boy, was that the worst headache ever. And then you start to become a man. You're like, I like me some chocolate too. Some browns. You know what I mean? I want somebody like, and then you come back and say, I want somebody like mama. That's what a lot of young men say. Mama, she ain't like you. You was quiet. She loud. I ain't used to that. See, we learn things later in life from experience because we was chasing after the flesh because we were unlearned. And you come back and be like, man, all of that stuff ain't what it's put out to be. A lot of Instagram models is flying around doing things unseemly to get money. Raising their children off of that. Now, hey, I ain't knocking nobody hustle, but understand that what you reap is what you're going to sow. But I wouldn't want my daughters or the nation of Israel to be like that. So when a man finally gets of age, he does not choose from looks. He chooses from spirit. Looks are involved to a certain degree, obviously, but he's like, man, a pillar of rest is quiet. Every day I'm happy. If I'm coming home late, she's not questioning me. She trusts me. I can trust her. I don't have to tell her to pray. I don't have to tell her to clean. She does it with joy. She's always motivating you. She rubs your back. She rub you more than you rub her. It's like, hold up, wait. We were choosing these other women. They like, you got to do this for me, that, all that stuff. They got the little finger thing going on. And you would have thought they had 10 hands. All the things they point you got to do for them. It's like, hold up. Let me see what your father says. I don't got no father. I ain't grow up, mama. Oh, yeah, no. No. Do you got at least an elder in the church? Because you got a lot of fingers up. What do you have to offer besides your jewels between your legs, your looks? And matter of fact, take some of that makeup off so we can see how you really look. I want to see your real hair. I like your real hair. Take those nails off really quick. Let's see how you can rock them for a while. Smile sometimes. Don't get an attitude every time. Somebody tell you something. Don't solve every problem with emotions. Everybody doesn't have something against you. She was just saying hi. Why do you think she has a problem with you? Oh my goodness. Sorry, got some oil in my eyes. Oh, don't pick them kind. They come with a whole lot. That's the dump truck. Whoop, whoop, whoop. You're going to get all the dirt that come with it. 10 years later, you're like, man, I done wasted 10 years of my life. See? Broken curses. Don't go through what some of us have went through in life where we should have taken counsel from not being in structured homes. Okay? Get you one of these. Blessed, virtuous wife. Be patient. It comes with patience and it comes with seek you the kingdom first, and everything else shall be added to you. It don't matter how fine she is, all that. Let me tell you. It don't matter about all that. See, back in the days, you wouldn't necessarily be able to see the whole woman's shape like that because she would be dressed a certain way. Still fly, still nice. But if she didn't have enough, if she won't work with enough, take her to the gym and feed her a little bit. She gonna get it. If she have enough, you're good. But if some, but then you got to make sure she still work out. So when she's pregnant, she don't get too big. Because then now you ain't going to be as attracted because she didn't have that same shape when she had a different shape when you first got her. So it's all these balanced things. And if she do, now you got to work with her and love her. That's your job to mold her, not to give up on her. And you not to give up on your husband. Okay? If you want him not to have that pop belly because you feed him so good, say, baby, come on, let's work out. Y'all got to work together. We are Israelites. We're going to eat good. We already know that. We're going to eat good around here, baby. But sometimes we got to balance each other off and say, hey, you know what? We eat a little too good. We eat a little too organic. Let's go ahead, put some works in so we can burn a little bit off. Okay? We're going to leave that there. And Well, we don't need to go into the we don't need to go into the rest of this. It's too long. About a shameless woman. You got to keep your daughters in straightly. You got to watch over your daughters. Don't let them be too free and think that they're innocent. They're not innocent. Women think of fornication more than men. Never forget that. So we have to guide them and balance them. Last scripture, Sirach 22:1, and that's it. And I can go get me a little something to eat and give me a little rest. And get up in my garden tomorrow. Lord have mercy on me. I'm a country boy. Chapter 22:1. A slothful man. Sirach chapter 22:1. A slothful man is compared to a filthy stone. Ooh, Lord have mercy. Don't come in here lazy and try to act like you want somebody. I'm interested in this sister. Oh, what? You got a job? How much you make? Oh, you can't afford yourself. Are you trying to get married? Nah. You don't have your own place? Nah. I can't introduce you to this sister. Her father's gonna look at that like an insult. I can always do part 2. It ain't gonna be this long. I had to put this one out, sis. That's why I sacrifice. I'm like, You understand. Thank you, sis. So a slothful man is compared to a filthy stone, and everyone will hiss out to him to his disgrace. A slothful man is compared to the filth of a dunghill. So that means you're a piece of ish. That's what the scripture is telling you. Excuse my language. Every man that takes it up will shake his head. Like, He is sorry. Right? An evil-nurtured son is a dishonor of his father that begat him, and a foolish daughter is born to his loss. A wise daughter shall bring an inheritance to her husband, but she that liveth dishonestly is her father's heaviness, his stress. She that is bold, boy, we got some fathers that know their daughters is out there, some harlots. That's a stressful thing, boy. You done taught her everything you know, and she still go out there to be a little, you know what? Lord have mercy. She that is bold dishonoreth both her father and her husband. Good Lord. Lord have mercy. A wicked woman is given to the portion of a wicked man. Though you didn't take time out to get the right woman, unfortunately, regardless of the excuse, you're going to have to go through that experience, and hopefully you learn later. Some of us have already went through this in life. But praise the Father for his grace and his mercy, right? Verse 5, both they shall despise her. Okay? So we're going to leave it there. And don't forget, a man that don't take care of his own according to scriptures is worse than an infidel. Means a person who's not in the faith. You're worse than the person in the streets. As men, we have to make sure that we take care of our situations and our family and don't make excuses. It's not going to happen for you overnight. We have to all work hard and stay constantly working so the Most High can open different doors for us. That's all I have for you guys tonight. I'm going to leave it there. Do we have any quick questions before we go? Because I'm a little tired. Or I can just answer the questions the next lesson. Because it's a little late. I don't know what questions you guys would have, but I don't think you guys are going to have any questions. I mean, the lesson was Holy Spirit driven. And she have used my vessel tonight. And I'm not going to lie to you. Sometimes you guys are trying to tell someone the truth and you just keep going. You go home, you're like, Lord, I got a headache because the Holy Spirit just be going and dropping. It's just one of those days tonight. And guys know I'm a busy, hardworking man. So I'm going to leave it there tonight. I love you all. Please make sure you hit the like button. Share this thing to help our nation. Not for me. I'm just a man. I'm just a shepherd, but share it for our nation. Hopefully it helped new people, older people, younger people who have been, whatever. And don't forget restoration. Don't think anyone's blaming you. If you take it as a lesson blaming you, always lessons blaming you and just not self-examining, you will never learn anything. We all can fix certain things, okay? Love you all. Bless you all. Shalom to all of my elders, my deacons, my officers, my brother and my sisters, the children of the Most High. We all soon shall see Zion if we do these things. Take back control of your life and stop making excuses. We love you all. Bless you all. Have a good night.
The Bible. Is it hard to understand?
When it comes to reading the Bible, the first thing that comes to mind is the fact that this is the Word of God.
The seals have been broken, and the truth is here.
And when we go throughout the scriptures, when we go throughout extra biblical records, we find that the language that God employed, that He used to create the heavens and the earth, was the Hebrew language.
Christ said, I came for the lost sheep of the house of Israel. But yet no one, no religious leader, no religious church out there anywhere can now identify the 12 tribes of Israel. Can we? God is quite simple, but it seems as if man makes understanding Him hard.
What are those mysteries?
The truth of your book and the truth will make you free. The Hebrew and Bible Academy, you're invited.